And for clarification, since Commissioner Sugarman made an objection, although if she's willing to withdraw the objection, I think the maker of the sponsor he was wanting to amend it to the 30 days, but she's not willing to withdraw, just even, okay,
She doesn't want any moratorium.
okay, got it.
Okay, every member voted? Did we vote? I didn't get a chance to vote. Did everybody vote? Oh, okay, okay. We can now vote. I know. Wait a minute. I'm not voting for a moratorium. Okay, every member voted?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I want to make sure I'm understanding. We're voting on, we want it 60-day or the objection to the 60-day?
So, sir, I just want,
Parliamentarian.
you're never voting on an objection.
Okay.
You're voting on a motion because there was an objection.
Yes.
So either, what we commonly do is vote without objection.
Okay,
When there is an objection, we have to vote on the motion. The motion, which is what the chair should put before, so everybody is clear. The committee chair should put the motion,
Okay,
which is, we're voting on a substitute to have a moratorium for 60 days. There was an objection by Commissioner Sugarman. The voting is in progress.
Everybody's screen isn't working, because my screen isn't working.
none of them.
Madam Chair, excuse me, can be
Commissioner
recognized?
Lara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to the parliamentarian, if, for example, the 60 days does not have a favorable, can it be then amended again for 30?
What was the answer?
The answer is yes.
Okay, so, are the screens are working? Already voted. Madam Clerk? We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners correction. We have aye votes from Commissioners Wright, Bradford, Morrison, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Avant have voted no. We have 4 ayes and 7 noes. I think we should vote again because everybody changes after I have started recording, and so I can't be sure of the actual vote. Let's redo it, please. Chairman Whaley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was simply going to make the motion that I made earlier, which was to substitute a 30-day moratorium that strikes the language around ceasing the application and request processing, such that that process will continue in its 30 days of a moratorium.
Well, I think what we need to do, we need to kind of finish this vote. She wanted us to re-vote because she wasn't getting the correct numbers.
If I write down one thing, it changes because somebody changes their vote.
Huh. Just go, okay, let's go ahead and just re-vote. That's all we have to do. Do we need to raise our hands?
You just need to vote and leave it where it is. And not change it after I've already recorded it.
Every member voted? Okay, Clay Bibbs votes. Clerk?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Wright, Bradford, Morrison, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Avant have voted no. We have 4 ayes and 7 noes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with an unfavorable recommendation. Motion fails. Oh, that's where motion fails. We're back on the main motion.
All right, so now we're back to Commissioner Bradford's sponsored item, resolution to amend Rule 7 of the Board of Shelby County Commissioners Permanent Rules of Order to create the Milton Public Safety Program.
And Chairman Whaley.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make the same motion that I tried to make earlier, which was to substitute this item before us from Commissioner Bradford to a 30-day moratorium that does not constrict the application and back office request processing of CEP grants.
It's been moved and properly second that we amend this motion to substitute a 30-day moratorium that does not stop the back office operations. It was moved by Commissioner Whaley and second by Vice Chair Avant.
So I object.
We have an objection. It's been objected to by Commissioner Thornton. And okay, Commissioner Thornton.
So I would just like to get clarity around the time frame. So if the current amendment stands, it starts March 17th, and I'm assuming ends on April 17th. So the following subcommittee would be when? Can someone?
I'll let the sponsor.
When would the
Sponsor
following?
of the,
When would the next
amendment.
possibility to get Milton grants approved be after the moratorium?
All right, if I may, Madam Chair. So the processing will continue as is, so that usually is part of the process that takes the longest, ensuring that the applications are complete, that they meet all the requirements before they seek sponsorship to get on our agenda. So to your question of when an item would be able to get on the next regular committee agenda, which is what it would need to happen in this case, it would be our last committee in April, which is April 30th, with an agenda deadline of the 22nd of April. So So this moratorium will go through April 16th. And then an item can be loaded on April 22nd for the April 30th committee.
So, just from the perspective of District 10, as mentioned earlier, we didn't come into this committee knowing that a moratorium would be proposed, and we do have organizations that are in queue. They're already vetted and ready to go on the agenda. So I'm just going to support them in knowing that they deserve to have access to their monies with the same ease that all the rest of my colleagues have been able to access their monies. So would just ask my colleagues that, I don't know, to the sponsor, I just asked, and they said the next committee is going to be on the 26th. So I don't know if the 30 days could start on the 26th. That would just be a humble request of the District 10 office, knowing that the moratorium starting on the 17th is going to force District 10 organizations to have to start their process of getting vetted on the 30th, which we all know that, you know, you don't get monies on the 30th. You get on the agenda on the 30th, and there are still weeks of process. So we're talking about people, per our decisions today in District 10, not being able to access their funds until around May. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Whaley.
No, I don't have anything further. I think, you know, everyone's vote how you like. This is just a compromise I'm trying to offer. I think we've got a heavy agenda still ahead of us, so I think we should probably just take this to a vote and move on.
We have two people in the queue. Commissioner Morrison.
Well, I was simply, I think Whaley was ahead of me. I was going to ask to be a co-sponsor on the original resolution to have it be public safety, but that's now off the table. So is that correct? It's off the table. Then I'd like to be a co-sponsor on the original resolution.
It's not ready yet because we have an objection. So if somehow that item comes back before us, then you have that opportunity. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton.
I've made my comments, Chair. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to take this item to a vote. Oh, the substitute motion is to amend the resolution to a, let's see, hold on. Oh, a 30-day moratorium. And the back office work continues. None of that is interrupted.
So the moratorium is on voting on items related to the CEP program for 30 days.
I'm sorry. Just go ahead and state it.
Yes, ma'am. So what you would be voting on is the substitute item, which is a moratorium of 30 days. That moratorium applies to this body's voting on items related to the CEP program for 30 days.
Okay. So it's still a 30-day moratorium, however, the work continues. I guess I have a question I'm a little confused about related to District 10. If all of your items are already in queue, why would that cause any impact if they've already gone through? They're in the queue. They're just waiting for the end process.
So the organizations were needing to submit paperwork to Tanya to be able to get on the agenda. They didn't meet the deadline for today's agenda to be put on, so all of that will be sorted out by next committee meeting. It's just a timing thing. The conversations between the organizations are happening directly between Tanya and the organizations. But I do know that there are a number of organizations that are currently working with her, and I trust that by the next committee, they would be able to get on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, I guess we're ready to vote. Madam Clerk, what is the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Thornton and Brooks have voted no. We have six.
Sugar changed her vote to a no.
Thank you. I will. Correction, please. We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Sugarman, Thornton, and Brooks have voted no. We have 6 ayes and 3 noes.
Thank you. We're back on the main motion. As substituted. Okay, well, Commissioner Thornton, are you in the queue?
I would just emphasize that this directly impacts District 10. So to the sponsor, just very clearly, if we could amend the date for the next committee, that's a humble request of District 10 as a friendly amendment so that we can get our organizations on the go because they're ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, the motion, we're back on the main motion. As substituted, which allows a 30-day moratorium with the without disruption to the back office work. Anything in addition to that? Thank you.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Sugarman, Thornton, and Brooks have voted no. We have 7 ayes and 3 noes.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. We have another add-on. Well, it looks like we're done with add-ons, and we got one more?
No, that's it. Number 7.
No, we did that.
I'm going to hold mine.
Excuse me? Okay, thank you. That concludes general government.
All right, thank you so much for your patience. We're now going to do committee number 3, hospitals and health. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution approving a contract to purchase property located at 455 Union Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104 from Arete Partners, 455 Union Avenue, LLC, in the amount of $1,500,000 plus reasonable closing costs and appropriating said funds. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2025 capital improvement funds in an amount not to exceed $1,700,000, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley. This item was referred back to committee in February 24th, 2025 commission meeting.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. Can I get a mover and a second, please? Moved by Commissioner Wright, second by Chairman Whaley. Thank you so much. Attorney Smith.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The administration is asking to withdraw this item at this time.
Thank you so much. You've made hospitals and health easy today. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. Thank you so much. That concludes hospitals and health.
Now calling to order Committee Number 6, Education. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is discussion item to last approximately 15 minutes. First 8 Memphis pre-K outcomes, Ladora Watkins, CAP or CAP, Executive Assistant and Presenter.
Okay. Thank you so much. I believe that we are allotting 15 minutes for your discussion, and so whenever you're ready, just introduce yourself and begin.
Thank you. Good morning. Dr. Candace Thomas, First Aid Memphis, 1350 Concourse Avenue, Suite 481. This is our pre-K quarterly report. I believe you all have folders in front of you with the note. Well, should we proceed? Okay.
Yes, and we will, do you know who you provided them to?
To Marie Thomas.
Okay, give us 1 second. We're working on it.
Okay.
We don't want to, you can start, and then if you need additional time, then we'll account for that.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you. This is our Q1 report for this school year. So this report reflects August 5th to October 4th. As you all know, your funding with the City of Memphis's funding funds 80 pre-K classrooms in our community, and that funding goes through First Aid Memphis to those classrooms, which includes classroom support, wraparound services, and coaching. So when you get your packets, as we have done per usual, there includes our pre-K budget, our actuals, and projected budget. So for the first quarter of this school year, First Aid Memphis paid out approximately $4 million to pre-K operators in our community. And as you remember, most of those funds are to cover salaries for teachers and other personnel. Our pre-K dollars for this school year increased per pupil investment. So you remember that our per pupil investment was at $8,700 the previous year, and with your increased investment, we increased our per pupil cost to $9,063. This is on par with trying to increase our per pupil investment so that we get to a high quality amount per child, which is above $11,300. If you remember, the First Aid Memphis classrooms eligibility at this point is for households at income below 300% of the federal poverty level, which is approximately $7,800 a month for a family of 4. First Aid Memphis is almost in every community in Shelby County. You remember that your investments include major school districts, charter schools, and private providers, and therefore your dollars are stretched to every community, almost every community in the city, and to all of your districts. What we did a little bit differently in this report is that we're actually introducing you to a First Aid Memphis family, the Williams-Zeno family. And when you get our slide deck, you'll see some pictures of this family with Mom Lanikia and her children, and how and why she decided to enroll her children in pre-K, and what they're experiencing. So for our enrollment for the first quarter, we're at 87% enrolled, which is a 2% increase from last year. So our families are enrolling their babies in our pre-K programs, and we're seeing an increase year over year. This year, we're really projecting that in our last school year, that our program would have been at 95% enrollment. So we're going to be excited to give you our annual report the next time we see you, which you'll see those numbers. So in terms of attendance, we're doing really well with attendance. 95% of our students in Q1 attended pre-K. That is huge. That's a big celebration point for 4-year-olds and all of the challenges that families may have getting their babies to school, that we were at 95% attendance. Our teachers are being supported. 100% of our teachers are receiving instructional coaching, and that data has remained consistent over the quarters. Your funding also supports family engagement, and you'll see in our materials that 100% of the families that asked for family engagement have been connected with engagement personnel. And some of the themes around engagement are consistent. The family's need for access to food banks, access to help with kindergarten transition, and helping to increase the parent-child relationship. So overall, we're also seeing that our students on a national assessment are doing pretty well. So we have a lot to celebrate there, that our students are outperforming their peers at 63% on a national developmentally appropriate pre-K assessment. And so in the end, we still have, we have preKmemphis.com website. We've shared with you QR codes. You also have some materials in your folder that outline you have the pre-K report, the slides, the written report, and we also have a handout for you for pre-K for all. We also have, as you requested, we are presenting data on Early Head Start and Next Memphis, and Alicia Norman. Are we going to start with Next Memphis first, and then we'll go to Early Head Start? Okay.
Alicia Norman, Director of Next Memphis, 3400 Prescott. So the outcomes for Next Memphis, and you guys should have a copy of this as well, our report on the community impact of 47 partners, 100% as far as business impact for these directors are concerned, 100% of full fee collection, 87% of our partners met their enrollment goal of 85% of enrollment capacity, 90% of our partners reported money savings. I have those particular savings listed with the dollar amounts listed as well. If you would like to see that, Next Memphis supports 98 classrooms, 188 teachers. 63% of our families did receive wraparound services. All classrooms received tailored instruction support, and I have a list of those as well if you would like to read through that. And I have a map there of all of the zip code areas that we support throughout Next Memphis.
And then we'll move to Early Head Start.
Good afternoon. Sharonda Smith with Early Head Start. And in your slides, you will see that in the first quarter, we gave you a program overview as well as the total awarded budget that you awarded us, the $500,000, and how it was dispersed, with the 49% of the breakdown for personnel salary, 38% for program supplies, and 13% for admin fees. We also have a map of our providers that shows you the different areas that our providers are listed throughout the city. We do have 11 providers, well, 10 providers, but one has 2 different sites. And so the heat map just kind of shows you where they are, and it shows you how many, it represents the size of the actual centers. At the bottom of that page, you will see the student eligibility and the income breakdown based on household. And then we show that we had 96% of our enrollment capacity filled. We have 328 families that we serve for Early Head Start, and 332 of the 328 are filled. So we also provide wraparound services that include health services, and that percentage is 96% of the children were up to date in their immunizations, and 94% of the children were up to date on their preventive and primary health care. The last 2 areas also talk about wraparound services. We have 100% of our families currently receiving wraparound services, and 100% of educators receive instructional support. we also wanted to share with you just some of the feedback from our parents. So in that last section, that's just some of the parents' perspectives about the program and the services that we are providing to the community.
All right, 6 minutes to spare. Commissioner Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, all presenters, for this marvelous amount of information about the program. Pardon me, because I'm trying to catch up here. So I heard our next Memphis speaker talking about that program. I'm just curious, because that sounds really interesting. How long have you had a partnership with First State Memphis?
So Next Memphis is 5 years old this year, and we've had a partnership with First State Memphis for the last 3 years. And actually since the beginning, we've had a collaboration, but more of a partnership in the last 3 years. And First State Memphis is very student-facing as they provide the money for the students to attend pre-K. We are director and teacher-facing, where we provide business support for the director. We provide education support for the teachers and family support for wraparounds for community-based child care center. Many of our families in our county trust the community-based child care center, so we're trying to do wraparound quality for them to ensure that all of those children that go to the community-based child care centers are also getting the level of quality that they can find with First State Memphis.
That's great. I guess I just didn't realize for the last 3 years you've been doing that, and that's really, really cool and interesting kind of technical support and back office support and those kinds of things. So is that, when I look at the overall budget being, I lost it now, but there's a certain percentage that's administrative cost overall for the program. Is Next Memphis included as part of the administrative costs?
For First State or for Next Memphis?
I'm sorry, for First State?
No.
No?
No, we're not in their administrative cost.
Okay, but it is part of the overall, can you speak to that?
Sure, it is a little bit hard to explain. So First State Memphis is our community's early care and education systems organization. So we partner with, again, with the major districts, Next Memphis, other child care providers, charter schools, et cetera. Our partnership with Next Memphis is to really make sure that in collaboration that we're serving child care providers in the community. Right now, there is no money that goes from First State to Next Memphis.
So you're just here out of the goodness of your heart? Help me understand.
Yes, I am. And again, we have a very strong collaboration with First State Memphis, and we're trying to make sure that with the support that they give and the support that we give, that again, we have more quality across our state, across our city and across our district. We receive $500,000 from County Commission. That money does go through First State Memphis as we collaborate. No, not this year, it didn't. We get it directly, but we work together with the same goals and efforts.
Okay, so you have a separate line item just directly from Shelby County?
Yes, that's what you were asking, I'm sorry, but
Okay,
yes.
gotcha.
We have a separate line item.
I see, okay, all right, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. And so I love the work that you're doing, and I've got a question as far as the commission districts go. So those little dots represent the different facilities in each district, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then I also see that you all have 87% capacity. What are you doing to make sure or try to get at least 100% capacity? Because we would like for every child that has opportunity to take advantage of this, because pre-K is so, so important.
It is, and I'm so glad you asked the question. So with the 87% capacity, a lot of things happen in our child care centers. You have building capacity and you have real capacity. Their real capacity is going to be based on their teacher capacity. So we know that there's a teacher shortage, and many times they don't have the staffing to fill their buildings to building capacity. So you will see that real capacity. And then in the community-based childcare, where there's so much competition because there are over 400 childcare centers, in Shelby County. We represent or support over 50 of those child care centers. So of these, we work with the directors to improve their quality, to improve their enrollment, but you're always going to have for them, because of the competition, because of building capacity and real capacity, they may not reach 100%. Our goal is for all of them to reach 85%, which 87% of them did reach 85%. So it's kind of hard to reach that 100%. But it does not negate the fact that we are making sure that children who need high-quality pre-K will get, I mean, not just pre-K, but childcare will receive that.
And that is so important in my district as well as other districts. And so is there a charge for these parents to send their children here to these different facilities?
Yes, so the 50-plus facilities that we provide are all privately owned childcare centers. The majority are. A couple of them are school-based, like Perea and some others, but these are privately owned, and the majority of these families will go to these sites through the DHS voucher system. So either you're going to private pay or you're going to get the DHS voucher.
Okay, and so then, because with the vouchers, and I was wondering, with the state giving away so many vouchers, would these child care centers be able to tap into those vouchers? Because those are for private, pro-choice type of schooling. And I was wondering, would there be a opportunity for the pre-K to tap into those resources? And another reason why I'm asking that is because, especially, with a lot of millennials not having children, because of the child care barrier, it's so expensive, and there's not much of a profit margin, for daycares to open up new centers, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just wondering, is there opportunity there, space there to tap into some of those state vouchers?
For these providers?
For these providers, yes.
Yes, so the majority of these receive the state voucher. Oh, you're talking about the state voucher. Oh, yes.
No.
I don't know yet. So no, I don't know.
The state voucher does not support early childhood.
No.
It's only starting at kindergarten.
Right.
Okay, thank you so much.
That would be good, but no.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lowry?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank you all for the work that you all continue to do. It's obviously needed. And also, I wanted to recognize our school board members as well. I see Chairwoman Coleman here, and I think I saw Board Member Love as well. Thank you all for being here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I completely missed what you said. I hope it wasn't a question that I'm not about to ask again. Okay, good. So when we grant our funding from the county to First Aid, we're doing that with a number of students to be served in mind. So when we're under capacity, then we're overfunding this particular program, right? This is something I continue to ask. So I'm just wondering, is it ever, can you just for the record just say, because there's been a consistent under capacity figure here, and I just crunched some numbers, around $2 million is not being expended by not having 100% enrollment. Is it ever the goal, or should it ever be the goal, to reduce the number of seats that we're funding? Or talk to us about what's happening with the excess funds that aren't going into direct service to the students because of the capacity issue.
Sure. So, correct. For quarter one, our enrollment is at 87%. And we've actually seen an increase in the first quarter enrollment for pre-K. This is consistent with every single year that we see that in the summertime, while there is a really big push across districts, across childcare centers to get enrollment up for the beginning of the school year, we see more enrollment happening throughout the year. So while we're at 87% right now, our enrollment for school year 23-24 that just ended was at 95%. So there is a ongoing effort on all of our providers' parts to increase enrollment, but we have seen an incredible increase. So again, our last school year, we saw 95% enrollment. So we're 5% away from 100. There is not a $2 million we don't have an excess of $2 million because of what you're saying in terms of lack of capacity. We have had some operators who, for different administrative challenges that we're working with, that there is some unspent funds, but it is absolutely not $2 million. It's roughly $600,000. When there are funds that are not spent, we reinvest it in the pre-K program. We have shared this with you every quarter. We tell you how we reinvest the funds. Typically, what happens is our board reviews how we're going to reinvest the funds. They approve that, and then we bring that to you.
And so when we think about competing priorities that would make your short list of the reinvestment phase, can you just talk more about how you're making equitable investments to ensure that with the excess funds that they're going to the service providers or communities with the most need?
One good example of how we've used excess funds, you may have seen recently that First State Memphis put out an RFP to help provide professional development and technical assistance to any pre-K provider in the community that serves 4-year-olds. You can serve 4-year-olds and younger, you can serve 4-year-olds and older, but because your investment was about 4, we wanted to make sure that anybody who qualifies serves 4-year-olds. So we are about to launch a year-long effort to improve classroom quality in this community with your access funds. So we'll announce to you when that program starts. We're currently reviewing more than 75 proposals that we've received from different professional development providers. But what we do is, the biggest challenge we have, and I know you've heard me say this before, is around quality. What is happening in classrooms, what is happening in centers, what's happening in family day homes. So our best bang for our buck is how do we improve quality for early care and education in this community, and that's how we always reinvest your funds.
Thank you for that. Chairman Whaley, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we've got a add-on ordinance and just wanted to be sure to introduce that. This is a joint ordinance with the city of Memphis that would select a fiscal agent to get to pre-K for all. That notably includes 3-year-olds. And so I just want to make sure we have a chance to introduce that, have any discussion on a first reading, and make sure that we can take action on that item. So I'd move that add-on.
Okay, this add-on for the ordinance has been moved by Chairman Whaley and second by Commissioner Sugarman. So just to the parliamentarian, if you would read the caption, thank you.
Thank you. Item 2 is an add-on item. Item 2 is a joint ordinance of Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis to continue a program for a high-quality early childhood pre-kindergarten, pre-K for all program through the appointment of a fiscal agent to provide strategy and oversight of distribution of funds on behalf of the county and city. This item requires the selection of a fiscal agent who will ascertain the source of private, state, and/or federal funding. Sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton, Chairman Michael Whaley, Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
All right, can we get, okay, so it's been moved and properly second. So the discussion continues related to this topic. So Commissioner Wright, you recognized.
Well, I had a question of Chair Whaley. Chairman Whaley, can I ask you a question? So this is, we've done this in the past, right? So this is, was that previous term, it just came to an end, that term of what we had done?
If I may, Madam Chair? Okay. So this, it would take over from that initial ordinance that was passed around setting up the pre-K program. The difference in this one is that it moves us toward that pre-K for all long-term strategy and vision, whereas the initial actually, the initial rationale for that first joint ordinance was around a loss of federal funds and a loss of classrooms. And so it was us stepping in to fill that gap along with the city. And of course, has grown over the years. This was back in 2019, has grown over the years. And so the proposal here is for the next iteration of that, to get to pre-K for all, so it's not just income-based, which is where it has been. Now, they've administratively raised the income threshold to keep up with inflation and to expand the program with available funds, but this would codify that vision along with formally adopting the program for 3-year-olds in Shelby County, once it's been fully accessible to 4-year-old participants in the program.
And so I'm clear, first, the fiscal agent is First State Memphis, currently.
Currently, yes.
And this would potentially open it up, but this is the incumbent speaking to us.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question to you, I think you've been with us since the beginning, right?
Yes, I've been here 5 years, April 1st.
So this may be a delicate question.
Okay.
We've been through 4 iterations of superintendents. Why does that continue to get turned over, but you have consistency within your program? Can you explain how we've gotten so lucky to have that consistency at this level?
I can't speak to the superintendents and that change. I'll say for me that early childhood systems work is a long game. It is not a short-term strategy. It really is a long-term systems change approach. And so it takes years to do the work. You've seen us for 5 years at this point. It's taken us 5 years to build strong relationships, 5 years to build trust, 5 years to really show people that we are being transparent. And so for me, this is about the long game for children and families, and you can't do it in any way less than 5 years. And I told myself that I was going to be in this role for at least that time, and I have been.
So let me ask you this, which is also down that same path, which is, to what extent does the disruption at the county district level, what challenges does that present to you in your work?
The positive part about some of the changes at the district level is that the early childhood department has not changed. And so that has really allowed for a consistent relationship building, stable relationships, stable decision-making within the early childhood department. Of course, there are things that happen that have to be rolled up to the superintendent level. And just like with any relationship and any transition, you take a few steps forward and you may have to take a few steps back. But we have seen consistent leadership with the early childhood department, and those colleagues are here today, actually.
All right. One bit of good news, I suppose, for Memphis and Shelby County. So thank you for what you've done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move to be added as a sponsor. Second. Thank you. And then I have questions. So my question.
The motion to be added as a sponsor has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Chairman Whaley.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the question becomes about culturally relevant pedagogy with our curriculum as a classroom teacher, talking to especially new teachers, how intimidated they are about teaching about our own culture. And that's a huge issue because data shows that children that see themselves in their literature that they read are empowered, not only academically, but also their self-esteem is increased. And so I was just wondering, are there culturally relevant literature as well as curricula, resources, and pedagogy in both the pre-K now and pre-K for all going forward? Thank you.
The curricula for pre-K is actually determined by the state. There is one curricula that most of our operators and colleagues use called creative curriculum, and we mostly use that across the county, which we have worked hard to get everyone to use the same curriculum. And there is the curriculum development folks would say that it's universal. What you can do as a classroom teacher is to make it your own and make it culturally relevant. And so that is what we are hoping that our teachers are doing in the classroom. yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay, and so I just want to piggyback on that if I can, Chair. And so that concerns me because I don't know as far as what the teachers, input, as far as resources are. Having said that, do you have any PDs for the teachers to become responsive to our, the diverse cultures of children they're teaching, not just Black, but you have also various religions, you have et cetera, et cetera. And I was wondering, do you offer PD for these teachers in the classroom? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're doing more and more PD now than when we've been able to in the past, so it's very exciting for us. And a part of the RFP that I just mentioned, and I'll send it to you just so you have it for your files, there was a call for professional development around culturally relevant practice in classrooms. So we hope to see that, and once we have an update on what the PDs will look like, we'll make sure to share it.
Thank you so much. So I just want to ask some continuation questions around just how we're streamlining the consistency of services being offered and just evaluating. So it seems like, First Aid, you're over the 47 operators that you work with?
17.
17 operators. But then you mentioned that how many total operators in Shelby County?
Oh, there are approximately 400 childcare providers in Shelby County.
And those are considered operators, right?
So the 400-plus childcare centers are going to be your privately owned childcare centers across the city of Memphis, Shelby County. And we're currently serving 47 partners here are listed as of this timeline, but right now we're up to 54. So we only service about 10% of the privately owned and operated childcare centers and family day homes.
So help me, because my frame of reference is always through total populations. The total population is about 400 operators in Shelby County.
400 plus.
And you directly are working with 17?
No, I'm directly working with about 54.
To the entity that we fund, First Aid.
So I'm Next Memphis, right? And we work with the community-based childcare centers. There are about 400. We work with about 50-plus childcare centers, about 98 classrooms, 188 teachers we support through Next Memphis. Now, you're also asking about First Aid. 80 classrooms, 17 operators.
So my question is around operators, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to create the same metric that I'm evaluating here. 400 plus operators in Shelby County. First Aid works with 17 of them. You work with 50.
About 50.
And those are all unique, the 50 plus the 17, there's no overlap? Or are there 17 within the 50?
There are a few there are some classrooms here, and I'll give you an example. Perea Preschool has Next Memphis, First Aid Memphis, Shelby County VPK classroom. So there are some operators who have a very diverse funding strategy, so several of us will find ourselves in that building. Now, what you get in that building, First Aid teachers will not get the support from Next Memphis, and Next Memphis classrooms will not get the classroom support that First Aid provides.
So I would just say, and I'll just commit to, particularly it's befitting as education chair, to meet with you, because I want to start to get data that really allows us to see the consistent quality across operators and what we need to do. That concerns me, particularly because there might be a number of operators in my district that are not connected to this. And so I just want to make sure that, in more low socioeconomic environments, that there is a communicated and understood norm of quality. And so I'll get on your calendars to be able to ask these additional questions. Commissioner Brooks, you recognize?
Call the question, please.
Awesome. Well, you're the last one in queue, so I do want to just make it very clear for minutes. Earlier, the motion to be added as a second was made by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Chairman Whaley, and we did that without objection. All right. If you could prepare the screen for voting. Thank you so much for answering all of our questions. Please forgive me. Madam Clerk, we do have comment cards for this committee. So if we could suspend the vote in order to hear. Okay, is that appropriate, parliamentarian? We have
You
four.
want to take up some comment cards before we
Before
tally the vote?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, forgive me, public. Thank you all for being here. So I'm going to call you up in no particular order. Ms. Gordon? Okay, Ms. Gordon, you have 2 minutes to appeal to the board. If you could just introduce yourself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dyvalin Gordon, the Executive Director of Early Childhood with Memphis Shelby County Schools. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am here in support of the Pre-K for All. It is an honor for me to speak today on behalf of Interim Superintendent Richmond. I want to emphasize the critical role early childhood plays in shaping our children in the city. As the Executive Director of Early Childhood, I oversee our Head Start, our First Aid, our district-funded and our state-funded preschool programs. These programs are not just about academics. They provide our children with stability, growth, and the foundational skills that they need to succeed in school and beyond. The renewed vision for our district centers around cradle to career, the approach that emphasizes the quality of early education and how central it is to break the cycle of inequality, fostering a long-term success for children in our city. Research confirms that the early years are critical for brain development, and preschool equips our children with the skills to thrive, to build resilience, and to reach their full potential. However, access to these opportunities must be expanded. Pre-K for All is not just a vision, it is a necessity for the city of Memphis. Every child, regardless of their background, deserves access to quality education. But to make this a reality, we need the support of not just the community, but our community leaders. Together, we can give every child a strong start they deserve. On behalf of Dr. Richmond and the Memphis Shelby County School District, we are honored to join in with First Aid Memphis, the city, and the county to support Preschool for All.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. We appreciate you for being here. Next, we'll have Ms. Brown. All right, Ms. Brown, if you could introduce yourself, you have 2 minutes. We need you to press the button. It should turn red.
There we go. Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Brown, and I am the founding executive director of Libertas School of Memphis. And I am here to, the address 3777 Edenburg in the beautiful community of Fraser. I am here just to support First Aid. We are a Montessori school, but there's always something that you need. And First Aid has been able to train and teach our staff in different ways because Libertas is special because we have a large amount of special ed children. These are the children that we don't think about. And they come and give extra support to our staff where our staff can teach. And now we have pre-K students that are reading ready, which is most important. You have students that everyone wants to put on an IEP, but they're reading ready. And this school is the top 15% in this state because we have the support of people like First Aid. So I ask that if you please, as adults, we have to support our children in any way possible. So I think this should come first before anything else to maintain that they can still come in and teach our teachers, our district schools, our charter schools, and our daycares.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I recently had a colleague that was raving about Libertas, so thank you for all the work that y'all do. Next, we'll have Ms. Barnes. tell her she has beautiful penmanship. This is really nice. Next, we'll have Mr. Griffin.
My name is Bo Griffin, 6391 Chase Road. I am the Director of Schools for Millington Schools. First and foremost, I want to remind everybody that Pre-K for All is for all of Shelby County students, not just the ones in Memphis Shelby County schools. We are very fortunate. We are going to open up the very first Pre-K academy in North Shelby County in Millington in the fall of this year. And without the effort of First Aid, that would not have happened. From a high school guy that has no idea what pre-K is, I'll be the first to tell you, I did not have a clue. Several years ago, First Aid came to us and was able to give our students in North Shelby County opportunities that they could not get. One of the things that is really starting to progress in Millington is that we're the second fastest growing community in Tennessee. We have had a lot of growth, which also means that our household mean has gone up. So we have been, unfortunately, priced out of Head Start. We also are being priced out of some other things that benefit our students, especially at the pre-K level. But since First Aid has come on, they have given us the opportunity to not only service that small community that did not have any daycare, because we are a daycare desert in Millington, but it also provided opportunities for us to take down the science of reading to our pre-K. I'm very, very, very thankful for our pre-K teachers, because they are now, what we started with 3 years ago with the science of reading is now reaching to our pre-K students, so then now that they will not only be on a reading level where they should be by the third grade, but they will be beyond that. And we've had the scores to show that we had the highest improvement of reading for our third graders last year in all of the county. So, and it goes back to the support that we get from First Aid. I'm very thankful for them for what they do for us on a daily basis. And Mr. Wright, just to let you know what's the difference, what Dr. Thomas does, she delivers. She came to me and she said she was going to do something, and she always has. And I'm not getting paid for this. No, okay. I was maybe get another classroom. I'm constantly, and I will say this, I am constantly saying, hey, I need another classroom, because as Dr. Thomas was talking about earlier, which is important here, we are in a very fluid situation with our students. If one of our students drops out, we have a waiting list of 25, 30 students. The next one moves right in. So that's going to be a huge help for us as well, because it just meets another need for that. But First Aid has always been there for us, and with the help of Commissioner Mills helping us get funding for that, it's made a difference in our students, not just in the classroom, but outside the classroom as well. And I'm very thankful for her and all she does for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Griffin. And thank you to Dr. Thomas for the work that you do. We were talking about your data presentations are some of the best that we ever have seen. So we appreciate you. Okay, Commissioner Lowry?
I think I'd like to be moved to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Commissioner Lowry would like to be added as a sponsor. Second by Chairman Whaley. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. Any other commissioners in queue? All right, Madam Clerk, can you prepare the screen for voting? Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe we've all tallied. Can you report the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, Lowry, and Chairman Whaley. We have 6 aye votes.
Okay, this item goes down with favorable recommendation, and this adjourns Committee Education. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to move now to Committee 11. I want to thank the Chair of Budget and Finance for allowing us to leapfrog her and the Vice Chair of Legislative Affairs. So we'll move to Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. We do have presenters. Would you all please come forward? Excuse me? Well, I'm connected. Okay. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 2 on Core City Neighborhoods and Housing? You're welcome.
Item 2 is a resolution requesting a 180-day moratorium starting on March 1st, 2025, on the issuance of any new pilot or pilot extension for housing issued by any public board, corporation, or entity, allowing sufficient time for the Shelby County Commission to examine the performance and accountability of currently existing pilot lease agreements impacting county government property tax revenue and fiscal stability. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks, this item was deferred in February 21st, 2025 committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. This item has been moved by the chair, was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, and second by myself. And we have 2 presenters. Any more presenters for, okay, great. If you'll introduce yourself.
I'm Javier Bailey. I'm a member of the ad hoc committee on pilots and also chief administrator for the assessor of property.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Austin Harrison. I'm the assistant professor of urban studies at Rhodes College and also a member of the ad hoc committee.
Okay, and just before these experts come on with their presentation, let me just say, draw your attention to the caption. It is a request. This is a request. We are not attempting to punish anyone. We are not attempting to dictate to anyone. This is simply a request. And we all know that tax incentive programs deserve serious evaluation by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners. They have not had that. And we're going to present, and starting with my presenters here, some evidence as to why that is needed now.
Well, again, Javier Bailey. The Tennessee Code, Title 7, Section 53, Chapter 102, sets forth the legislative intent for the creation of what we call pilots, which for the public stands for payment in lieu of tax incentives. And the expressed intent is to primarily facilitate workforce development, to increase the production of agricultural commodities, and also to develop quality, affordable housing. Over the years, Shelby County has become the primary user and issuer of these kinds of incentives statewide. We currently have a little over 526, I don't have the exact current number with me, but companies receiving or recipients of pilot incentives. Just to give you a comparable analysis, Davidson County, which is probably the most developed county in the state, has 56. So we're 10 times, almost 10 times, we use these incentives almost 10 times that of Davidson County. In 2023, the assessor's office presented a report. I wrote the report on pilots and the fiscal impact. The impact is roughly right at $40 million annually of monies that are not going into the county's tax levy that you're not receiving. And so the question became, and the reason for the ad hoc committee is this working? Is there a return on the investment by county government and also by municipal governments for allowing that kind of money to go out of the revenue base? Now, keep in mind, the cost of government has not gone down. So when that kind of money goes out it has to be made up somewhere. The county's obligation for goods and for services and for law enforcement, for roads and so forth is not diminished. It still exists. So you have to make up that. Although the assessor officially is not taking a position on this, we must say that our office has appointed a team. And we are now going through the housing pilots. We started with the housing pilots. But that team of 4 people and a director, they're going through every pilot incentive recipient to examine whether or not they're being accountable and whether or not they're complying. With that said, just to give you raw numbers, over a 10-year period, the impact of Shelby County's use of pilots is a little less than $400 million. Now, with the administration having expressed that there's an anticipation of a huge deficit, a fiscal deficit this year, it is practical, if you will, reasonable to examine whether or not there's a return on the investment from these. Now, with that said, the ad hoc committee decided to take a look at the housing pilots first. That's a good, and I think that is a good move, primarily because housing, the Health, Education, and Housing Board, which is the one that issues most of them, there are other boards that issue housing pilots as well, but we found that we've had a very difficult time in getting information on compliance and accountability from that board. So we've now gone and created a file for we being the team, for every single recipient, every pilot lease agreement that is in existence from that board that's still existing, and those that are coming up for extension. And we are sending people on site. We're doing all of that. In order for us to finish that work so that we could give you an adequate report, we do need something. We need to put brakes on.
That's what I was going to ask you, Professor. Mr. Bailey, why do we need that moratorium?
Well,
in the middle of this work, we have it going on, but why do we need that moratorium?
Well, if every month they continue to issue pilots, while we're trying to figure out whether or not the county's return on investment justifies them, and we'll never get finished.
Right.
So it's important that we have, it doesn't mean that they're permanently gone, but let us examine them so that you as a policymaking body and a legislative body, a constitutional body, can adequately make that decision as to whether or not the program needs some reforms. And we're certainly, and I'm going to end with this, we are certainly not saying that pilots should never be used. Right. There have been some good ones. But the question is does it need reformation? Are there better reforms that could be put in place for accountability and to justify the return on investment?
Okay. Professor Harrison.
Thank you. And I first want to thank Chief Bailey and his team. They're doing really important work that I think will allow us to really understand what's going on here because, just for some context, I think another reason to start with the Housing Board is there was a city ordinance passed in, I think, about 2018, 2019 that greatly increased the Memphis Housing Board in particular, which this county body is, can speak to. The Memphis Board sort of opened their doors. They used to have very specific metrics to how many pilots they could give and when and what projects. And now, since then, they've grown, their number of pilots have grown significantly, and a dangerous trend that I've noted in past research, both in the State of Housing Report and in some scholarly research, is the actors that are filling that gap as we're opening up these pilots are almost exclusively out-of-town corporate owners that we know the damage they're already doing to our neighborhoods and the private market. Now remember, this is subsidized housing. This is Section 8. This is low-income housing tax credit. This is, oftentimes the last rung before someone is experiencing housing instability and potentially homelessness. And we are ushering that very sensitive part of our housing landscape into the hands of these corporations that are much more concerned with profit margins. And we're going a long way, frankly. I don't think this is an overstatement. The county is going a long way to pay these out-of-town corporate investors, increase their profits so that they can keep our most vulnerable citizens, our veterans, our families, in squalor conditions. And looking at the code enforcement and the eviction data at HEHF properties, specifically the eviction data, HEHF's eviction rate of the housing board's subsidized housing properties is significantly higher than many market rate properties. So again, we're giving tax breaks to people that are evicting at a higher rate, that are disinvesting at a higher rate. And I think to Chief Bailey's point, we need to the work that they can do on the research side can at least give us a picture, because I think we have to understand what's going on at the federal level, universal pre-K and other things that we want to be able to do. That 40 million, maybe even more, we could put to some really good uses that aren't paying out-of-town owners to take advantage of Memphis, Shelby County's most vulnerable residents.
I'm just going to add one thing here. You mentioned the high eviction rates, and I just got this a couple of weeks ago from someone. I requested this data. I requested data regarding those entities that have pilots for affordable housing, if you will, their eviction raw numbers, and it's amazing. The number of evictions here by these companies, and I can just start naming them, but what I'm going to do is have my assistant make copies and give it to everybody. And these are all companies, these are all developers who have pilots. And I have the raw numbers of their evictions. So, okay, I'm just going to say that and let you all go ahead.
I'll end on this note. So during the 4-year term of any commission or commissioner, if we took the median investment that Shelby County puts into pilot programs, and then this is not just housing, this is pilot programs total, you're at $152.5 million. That's a lot of money. And at currently, outside of the few presentations that have been done here and by the county trustee, the assessor, over the last few years, I'm not aware of any other reports on accountability that you get. The trustee does present a pilot report that's made public I think annually, I believe that is the case. But a deeper dive would allow for us to not only talk about what the fiscal impact is, but also whether or not there's compliance and accountability.
It's interesting. This is probably out of order, but sometimes I'm known to get out of order. That we had a big discussion at Full House when we were debating, if you will, or discussing the moratorium on a grant program that funded grassroots entities, little organizations that try to help their communities. We had Full House. And so now we have here before us a request for a moratorium on pilot payment in lieu of taxes granting entities. You know who they are? Developers, real estate giants, mega giants, industrial development boards, in other words, the rich, the elite. And this is important because we have folk, if you will, industrial development board, waiving Shelby County taxes, taking away from Shelby County schools, the schools within our districts, our health centers, our daycare centers, all of our safety net centers. And they've never, ever been reviewed. They turn in a little self-report. I mean, and who's not going to make themselves look good? They're going to always write a report and say, oh, we're doing great. All of our work is good and we're in compliance. But there's nothing to show that. We don't know that. There's no public measurement. There's no public data dashboard. There's no transparency. And we hear about accountability every single day on every single network, on every single social media outlet. So I just wanted to say that because I just found it so interesting.
If I
how
could
backwards we are.
If I could add to that just real quickly, because I do think 2 points that connect to what Commissioner Brooks is saying there. First off is I don't want to oversimplify the picture, right? We have a lot of local developers that do a great job and do the program well, and I think a lot of this is so that Chief Bailey and his team can give us the information building on the trustees' annual report so we can understand, okay, these are the folks that aren't evicting that much, that have good conditions, that are doing the right thing. These are the folks that are not doing that, right? And this is who we need to go after. And I would say the reason to apply that level of scrutiny is, to Commissioner Brooks's point, the level of scrutiny that we just all saw, the universal pre-K program go through, the level of scrutiny that any nonprofit goes through when they go through audits. This county body wants the basic information, and I think the information and the data that we are requesting at the heart of this moratorium would have already been collected if it was an individual, if we were giving this money, this $40 million to low-income individuals, if we were giving this $40 million to nonprofits, there would be a report, the length, 100-page long that you would have to fill out to get that money. But we're giving it to California-based companies, New York-based companies. There's literally one group, I can't make this up, y'all, there's literally one group called the Richman Group. And Richie Richman is the CEO, and they get about a $500,000 tax break for Memphis Towers, which almost had an elevator 2 weeks ago send a tenant to the ICU. And that group is getting $500,000 from New York City in order to take advantage of Memphis residents and Memphis tenants. We have local groups that can do this well, and we have good actors that are doing this well. And we need to focus on those good actors and focus on building up the local capacity to handle our affordable housing shortage and not rely on these out-of-town groups.
I'm glad you said that because I know that would be the headline, that, Commissioner Brooks has put a hit out on pilots, and it's not true. There are some who do good work, but there are so few. We may find more if we have the opportunity to do the work, to measure, monitor, and just hold them accountable in a public way. So that's why we have this request before us. So we do have one more commissioner to come in. I'm not sure if everybody's gone.
Thank you so much.
Okay, are there any questions?
Yes, I have several.
Okay, Commissioner
And so I'm
Shelby.
gonna call them the bad actors who are not in compliant. What can we do as a board of commissioners as far as clawbacks, as far as holding them accountable? Because every time, or we, should I say, talk about revising, for example, as far as like the abatement amount, instead of having 75% abatement, lowering to maybe 25% abatement, or something that other counties who are thriving are doing, there's always pushback. And so it's very frustrating as a taxpayer. So what can we do as far as commissioners, as well as city councilmen? Because I know it's a joint ordinance. Whoever devised the ordinance did a great job, because it's like lock and key thrown away. So what can we do?
So speaking again as a college professor and housing policy expert, not as a legal expert, but as someone who's read the policy, has read the state enabling legislation, and has read a lot of the local resolutions that you're speaking to, I think within that, the state enables, all the state says is that county bodies and city bodies can have health, education, housing facilities board, and they need to be ensuring that those folks are livable, healthy housing units for working class people. And so within that state enabling legislation, I think there's a lot of power that we can carve out at the local level to increase the accountable systems. That's a lot of what we've been talking about at the ad hoc committee, right? Is how can we proactively use the data that Chief Bailey and his team is working on, the report that they're building, the data that already exists from the trustee's office and these other public data sources, to come up with a system where we can almost assign, like, I would even do it, we haven't gotten into the details yet, but I think one way could be is we set up sort of a report card for the 110 pilot recipients or the 524 pilot recipients based on what they said they were going to do, whether that's on the housing side, it's keep people in the home, not evict them, keep them in a healthy place, not have, mold, asbestos, and lead all over the place, right? Like, we could build in those systems that allow us to be more proactive, and I think that's what a lot of housing advocates locally have been pushing for, is there to be more proactive, because a lot of times we don't do anything to hold these folks accountable until, in the example of a millennia, they've gotten indicted by HUD and their president's house is getting raided by federal agents because they've stolen money from the government, and now they're on the local radar, right? How can we get these proactive systems in place? And I think the county can take a leadership in doing that for these 9 agencies that can allow us to look at those clawbacks, and ultimately I think it's going to take, and we've been talking about this a lot as well, it's going to take a groundswell of public support, because the developers and the companies are always going to have the incentive to show up and be here and fight for that. But the individuals and the people that are being impacted, by getting fired when the company relocates because their tax break ran out, or the tenants that are getting evicted at an affordable housing complex, those are the folks that I think really need to be in the middle of this conversation more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question around the 180-day time period. How did you come up with that number? I don't know. I know you had a whole committee. How did you come to the 180 days?
Bailey, again, I can't remember exactly how we came up with that exact number, but there was quite a bit of discussion at the committee level, and regarding what would be helpful and practical. 180 days being 6 months, I think would give us enough time. It's a lot of them. That's number one. And to give you an example, Commissioner, so right now I have a team that's going through file by file. It's only 4 of them. And they're literally having to go do site visits on some of these places. Because let's say there's an apartment complex that says, okay, as a tenant benefit, we're providing X amount of security, we've gated the place, and we've done, we've provided laundry facilities. I'm making up something. We've provided laundry facilities on site. Well, we are sending people out to see whether or not that actually exists. Now, here's the question. Why do we have to send people out to check to see whether that exists? Because when we ask for the records on accountability, we're being denied those records. And told to pay for them and all kind of stuff. And, truth of the matter is we could be hard-nosed because statutorily the assessor could demand it and get it. But what we're trying to do is be cooperative. So what we're doing is sending people on site. Well, to go to several hundred places and review that, it takes a little time for 4 people to do that.
All right, thank you for that. I think I had another question. You said it's 4 people that you're trying to use to
5 if you include me.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm not going out though.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I apologize if this is a redundant question, but so the task is put on the Shelby County Commission. Who's actually going to take action during the moratorium?
No. I'm sorry. There's no task on the Shelby County Board of Commissioners.
It says the Shelby County Commission to examine the performance and accountability. So
that is the ad hoc committee, because we are an entity created by the Shelby County Board of Commissioners.
Right. So I just want to name. So the ad hoc committee is taking on the examination of performance?
All of the work.
Okay.
In addition to Chief Bailey's team.
And so at the end of the 180 days, what can we expect as a deliverable?
It may not take, Bailey, again, it may not take the full 180-day period, but once we complete that task on the housing pilots, what we'll do is submit an official report to the commission that will detail the findings, the factual findings, and then be up to the commission at that point as to what measures the commission feels, if any, should be put in place to address the issues. Let me say this, though, without overstepping, I'm trying not to overstep my bounds, but bottom line is that, in my personal opinion, as elected officials and as appointed officials, we all have a fiduciary duty when we're dealing with that kind of money to make sure the money, there's a return on it. And the report that you received in 2023 very clearly indicates and details out that there has been no accountability measures put in place. And so what we've now done is taken it one step further and say, okay, let's look at them individually and not just as a whole.
So will you recommend some legislative actions with the report?
Yes, and right now there are some legislative measures that have been presented. I don't know how they're doing in Nashville to make sure that the commission and for the City of Memphis City Council, for other municipalities, aldermen have a seat on some of these boards, and so that we're not waiting until after the fact to have input in whether or not those pilot recipients are justified.
And so the 180 days is going to push us past the passing of our fiscal 2026 budget?
Yeah, I don't think I don't think that would be a problem.
There's no fiscal impact to this.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Professor, do you want to have something to say? No. Okay, so this is where we are. My assistant passed this out to you. One of my constituents, who is with the works, sent me this data, and it was just mind-blowing. The number of evictions, and these are all companies that receive pilots. Look at the number of evictions.
And if I can add, actually, so this is great information. I think about 5,000 evictions in 2024. We've done a multi-year study for the State of Housing Report, and we've taken it a step further, and we can actually say with a good amount of certainty that the overall eviction rate in Shelby County would decrease by 20% if we held HEHF properties into closer account. That's 1 in 5 evictions that takes place in this county is occurring at a property that we are going a long way, essentially, to pay them to evict their tenants at much higher rates than other properties do. So I think there's a real opportunity to have an impact on housing stability at a high level if we can figure out what's going on here.
And lastly, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sugar, I'm going to go to you, but I'll forget if I don't say it. We hold everybody accountable. We said this before. We hold every single organization that we can think of that may have a gross income of $35. We hold them accountable, 50-page reports. But we totally ignore pilots, payment in lieu of taxes, pilots, pilot granting entities, industrial development boards, who have a statutory responsibility to produce jobs, economic development, and affordable housing. And we do not monitor. We don't monitor them. They just get away with it. So it's time that we stop that, because we are hemorrhaging money. We need money in Shelby County. And there's so many competing needs. Now, I know I'm dramatic. I have to be dramatic at my age. I've seen a lot. And I'm tired of seeing this, Chief Bailey, because we can do something about it. Okay? Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, yes, we need accountability, oversight, we need clawbacks, we need all of these different things. And at the end of the day, again, I go back, what is in our wheelhouse as a board? Can we actually implement these things? And then the other thing is, my concern is the abatement percentage. 75% is huge. And I was just wondering, if you all, in your research, give some examples of other counties, what their abatement percentages are and things of that nature, because to me, 75% just seems high. I don't know what Davidson County's abatement percentage is, whatever, but in your reporting, can you also give some comparables, like what are they doing as far as their abatements? And then as far as the housing, what type of things do they have in place that maybe we can also put in place? For example, like clawbacks, or, if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, what sanctions are they imposed on? Because my thing is, we need a refund. That's about it. We need a refund. And so if you could, in your research, if you could also look at those things as well.
Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. The 2023 report you mentioned, who produced that report?
It was an official report from the Office of Assessor of Property. My staff, my direct staff, did the research. I wrote the report. And I'll send you a copy. I'm not sure, I think I sent it to every
did.
commissioner.
We have it twice.
Okay. But I'll make sure you get it.
Yeah, bump it up. Help us, sister. Thank you. Thank you for that. Can you help me, Professor Harrison, the connection between an entity being given a pilot and then now playing a part in evictions? So how does that correlate?
Yeah, so basically the way, and this was a conscious decision, so I'm going to I give my class the much longer version of this answer, so I'm going to shorten it up for us because I know you got a lot of important stuff to get to. But basically, the way at the federal and state level, we have chosen to privatize our affordable housing, right? We've knocked down, if y'all remember all of the section, Foot Homes, Dixie Homes, Herd Village. That was when we simply just said, government's going to build it, and we're going to keep it that way. But what we've done is we've made it much more complicated than that. So these pilots oftentimes are at the same place. The developer is also getting a tax credit. It may also be the developer is getting rent paid directly, like 2/3 of their rent if it's a project-based Section 8. So like that Memphis Towers and Richie Richmond example I was given, that landlord is getting 2/3 of everybody's rent guaranteed. Any business would love this deal. It's guaranteed income right there. But that's going to California and New York-based companies in most cases. And then they are still allowed to evict if they don't get that 1/3, or if the tax credit properties, 80% AMI, if they don't get that rent. And I've done some research in Memphis as well as in Atlanta, and in both cities, we have a very high amount of our evictions that are happening at these affordable housing units, whether they're low-income housing tax credit, project-based Section 8, or something else.
In Atlanta, are they any further ahead of us in coming up with the legislative solution?
No, they're kind of comparable as Invest Atlanta is their big development finance agency there, and they have a housing arm, and they have advanced a little bit on the connection between these pilots and education. There has been a lot of conversation around how, especially a few years ago, about how a lot of the property taxes is the big funder of education, in a lot of cities and counties. And so that part, I think, has been connected a little more as like a key service that is damaged with that 40 million, so.
In closing, for the time that I have, I lost it, Professor. It's gone. Okay, thank you for this. I'm supportive of this and look forward to seeing the report that you produce and the work of the ad hoc. Kudos to all the members of the ad hoc. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ad hoc members, hold up your hand, please. This is teacher in me. I think we have another one in the back there. Oh, no, we don't. Okay. So I want to thank you all for the hard work you do. This is hard work. It is not easy. And it's a lot of work. So, and we made request after request after request for information, and we can't get it. And these are people who are abating, if you will, waiving our taxes. Okay. So, seeing no other members in the queue, we will move to the vote. All right, every member voted. All right.
Okay, my screen didn't pop up, so I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you. Sugarman votes yes. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Thornton, and Brooks. Commissioner Wright has voted no. We have 3 ayes. I'm sorry, I have something different. Sugarman.
Her machine is not working.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Thornton, and Brooks. Commissioner Wright has voted no. We have 4 ayes and 1 no.
Okay, thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. And now we will throw it back to budget. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We will recess Core City Neighborhoods and Housing and go over to budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go start committee number 1, Budget and Finance. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is an ordinance second reading, amending Article 5, Section 14-136 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinances to raise the minimum wage of Shelby County employees to a living wage in accordance with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's living wage calculator for the fiscal year 2026 budget, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. The item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, and I will give it a second. All right, this is a second reading, but Commissioner Sugarman, let's see. We have Director Thornton sitting here. Are you here to answer questions, or are you here to talk on this item?
Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. We're asking that the Commission actually defer this matter like you did this morning on item number 1. No fiscal note has been asked for regarding this particular item, and we need to calculate a fiscal note to see what the impact will be up on the budget.
All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you. And so there is no fiscal note because, again, this is an ordinance to change the dollar amount from 15 to what's considered a living wage according to MIT. In order for it to be a fiscal note, we then would have to bring a resolution. It's a 2-pronged process. This is only the first prong. Now, once we bring if this passes, then the second prong would be to bring a resolution. There's no fiscal note attached to this. It's only attached when the resolution is come forth. Now, this is for the attorney through the chair. Can you explain the 2-pronged process as explained to me? As far as we have to do it twice, an ordinance and then the resolution.
Yes, Marcy Ingram, Legislative Counsel. Since this item was coming not during the budget season, it's coming prior to the budget season. The ordinance says subject to available funding. So if the item is passed and the budget resolution, that's where you would account for the additional funding.
Thank you. And so, in other words, if this passes, then we would have to bring a resolution. If the money is there, then fine. If it's not, fine. But this is just an ordinance to adjust the $15 to a living wage. And it's also interesting that, I've noticed that clerks are coming before us to support this. It's very telling because they'll come through the budget season saying, we have working poor, but yet they won't support, things like this. And I'm hoping that if we do bring a resolution for a living wage, that it will be supportive because I'm really tired of, number one, we're very top-heavy and we're hypocritical. We say, the school board's top-heavy, but then yet again, we're very top-heavy. Let's call a spade here. We are top-heavy as a government. When the 6% raise was given, the people at the top not only got the 6%, which was $6,000, $12,000 in raises, but on top of that, it's also been reported they, on top of that, received bonuses. And so again, this is just to lay the foundation so that if a resolution is brought during budget season to allow for the working poor to get a living wage as stated by the study completed by MIT, that we'll be able to do that. Thank you. So I want to move forward with the ordinance.
You don't want to move forward? Or?
Yes, with the request.
Okay, again, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. So noted, as you are aware that there is a compensation study that's being prepared that's going to be presented in April, as well as the fact that I know Commissioner Bibbs, you made a comment last Wednesday that any resolutions or ordinances that has an impact upon 2026 budget needs to come before you all. This will have a significant impact upon the budget. And so therefore, as you did this morning, by deferring item number 1 on the agenda at 8:30, that's what we're asking for, is a deferment so that we can actually see what the impact is going to be, because the mayor gives his budget on April 30th. And so we can't calculate numbers, and the mayor can't give a budget with accurate numbers if a study has not been conducted to see how much the impact is going to be up on the budget overall. In other words, and we're not in opposition to this or an increase, for the record, but how can the mayor give a budget for 2026 when he doesn't know the fiscal impact? And I understand what you're saying with the legal part of it. I somewhat disagree. I'm not just necessarily disagreeing with what Ms. Marcy said, but I think that something this significant has a significant impact upon the budget, and therefore it needs to be deferred so we can do a study to see how much of an impact it's going to have. It's okay to say what you said, but yet and still not knowing how much it's going to cost, and if there's going to be a request for a tax increase or layoffs or wherever. How are you going to balance the budget if we don't know what the fiscal impact is going to be with such a large request? Also, if you look at the legislation as written, the ordinance as written, it's not a fixed amount of $20.77. It's based upon a sliding scale with MIT. I didn't want to get into that because then it's going to have a great impact upon the HR as well as others, because there's also a caveat there in this MIT that said if you have 3 children and you're unwed, then therefore your hourly rate becomes $54 an hour, which means that a clerk would actually be making $102,000 a year. So I think the resolution can be written a little bit clearer, very precise, like the original ordinance that we are actually challenging or making an attempt to correct, and set, again, I'm not a lawyer for Shelby County, but it is still set an amount certain versus a sliding scale, because as written, this sliding scale, the MIT scale that you're referencing, it doesn't say a minimum wage of, it says based upon the MIT scale. An MIT scale.
No, it does not. It says a written amount was $20.77 as raising from the $15 that the ordinance stated to $20.77, which is the state living wage. Actually, the Memphis living wage is a little bit higher.
It is.
And so it's not on as I use it as a reference as far as as an exhibit to show where I got the $20.77 from. Not as a sliding scale, because the rich people who are working for Shelby County got 6%, plus they got a bonus, okay? And I'm saying rich in comparison to the working poor. Now, having said that, let me finish, please. When the 6% was given, at that time, we were very aware that there was an outstanding study done. Now, having said that, this is just an ordinance. And if, for example, it's changing the $15 stated to a stated $20.77, I said nothing about a sliding scale in the ordinance.
Respectfully, ma'am, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. I'm going to put my legal hat on for about 25 seconds. Item number 3, it says, whereas, which you attached, it says, whereas, according to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, living wage calculator, which is a sliding scale. It doesn't say, let's set the $20.77 per hour as the fixed rate. It's based upon the MIT calculator scale. That's what you supported, and that's what you have before us, which is a sliding
It
scale.
says, no, it says a dollar amount, $20.77. And that's where we got that from, is from what they came up with. And again, that was just to indicate where the $20.77 came from, not implementing the sliding scale. I never said anything about using a sliding scale. That was a reference to the methodology they used in coming up with that figure. And it's only for one person household. And that's where the $20.77 came from.
Okay, again, Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. I'm not here to debate that, but based upon what was presented and your attachments, it also gives the scale as well as this language here. It doesn't say a
Director
fixed
Thornton.
rate.
So Commissioner Sugarman's out of time, and I think this is an opportunity for HR and maybe the county attorney to be on the same page around like the wording of the resolution. So then that way, in between now and Monday, if something needs to change, we can change it for Monday's meeting. I think you did mention around like what happened in subcommittee. For subcommittee, it was the fact that we were trying to get the resolution to match the same timing of the compensation study. So those dates were lined up in that way. So and I don't want to per se quote what Attorney Ingram said, but we went, as you recall, we went around in circles around like the timing of everything. And she stated that if the ordinance passes, it can pass. The resolution is still necessary in order to fund the ordinance. But if I'm hearing correctly from you, you have a question around the wording of the ordinance to make sure that it actually makes sense around, let's say, if the mayor's, when he's preparing his budget, he knows what numbers to look at. My ask at this point is maybe if HR and the county attorney and Attorney Ingram can all come together between now and Monday to get clear understanding of if the resolution is worded in a way in which it makes sense from the dollars perspective, it moves forward instead of us having to kind of volley back and forth, because it sounds like, again, you're not operating as the attorney in this moment in time, but then the county attorney should look at it just in the case this passes. So that's my request. All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you're back in the queue.
Yes, but again, I want to reiterate, it says $20.77, but to the chair's point, I would like for the attorney as well as Director Thornton to get together, because maybe we need to take that out. If that's the issue, that's a simple thing to do. But it does state $20.77. The exhibits just show where it came from. But to your point, I'll let you and Attorney Ingram work that out before Monday. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And just to note, I know we're saying Monday, but that meeting is the 17th. All right. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes? I was trying to see if Commissioner Brooks was making it back. There you go. Thank you so much.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, and Brooks. Commissioner Wright has abstained. We have 3 ayes, 1 abstained.
Thank you so much. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation on to its second reading. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2?
Item 2 is a resolution to increase the trustees' FY 2025 general fund to fully fund Shelby County Property Tax Relief Matching Program for FY 2025 for seniors, disabled citizens, and disabled veterans of Shelby County who qualify for the Tennessee Tax Relief Program in additional amount of $215,000. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 general fund balance, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. This item was deferred in February 21st, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. Can I get a mover, please? Commissioner Wright, thank you so much. And Commissioner Bush, thank you for the second. All right, we do actually have a substitute. Am I correct for this item? You have a copy of this? Okay. All right. And I'm sorry. All right, moved by Commissioner Wright to approve the substitute. Second by Commissioner Brooks to approve the substitute. Can you read it into record? Thank you so much.
Yes. The substitute caption for item 2 is resolution to increase the trustees' FY 2025 general fund to fully fund Shelby County's property tax relief matching program for FY 2025 for seniors, disabled citizens, and disabled veterans of Shelby County who qualify for the Tennessee Tax Relief Program in additional amount of $215,000. This item requires expenditure of FY 2025 trustee revenue commissions fees sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. All right, Madam Trustee, thank you.
Thank you. Regina Newman, County Trustee, good afternoon. This is a resolution brought to fully fund the tax relief matching program that the county provides for this fiscal year, the 2024 tax year, the 2025 fiscal year. And the source of funds has been substituted from being general fund balance to excess trustee revenues. Through the end of February, we do not yet have final numbers, but they do exceed over $500,000, so $215,000 is covered.
Thank you so much, Madam Trustee. Commissioner Wright, you're in the queue.
Yeah, I'm just curious about this. I thought we had already made this whole earlier in the budget season. Did I get that wrong?
Commissioner, this would have been last year's budget, and $2.4 million was allocated. It has turned out not to be enough due to additional applicants.
I see. I see. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Trustee, I love this program, I really do. I wish I could take advantage of it, but I can't. So how can I get this word out to my constituents? Well, about this program. Regina Newman, County Trustee. Every taxpayer who receives a tax bill gets a brochure inside with all the information. Mm-hmm. And every year that we print those brochures, we give them to all of you as well. They're in the libraries, they're in the senior centers, okay. And we go to different places and we talk about it. I talk about it on the radio. We talk about, and so anytime you need more of those, or anytime you would like one of our staff to show up at a town hall or whatever to take applications, we are happy to do it. Yeah, I think that's probably the most effective way, because when I'll just say some of my seniors get these brochures, most times they may read it, but they want someone that they trust to explain it to them and make sure that it's legitimate and valid. We go to a lot of church luncheons. We go to a lot of, and obviously most of the people on these programs are seniors, and most of our taxpayers are seniors who come and deal with us directly. Yeah. Because other people, younger folks have mortgages who pay their taxes. And so we have a lot of great staff who deal with folks, and we go and to a lot of church senior luncheons and things like that, and take applications on all the programs. So. Oh, okay. We're going to have to put you down on our program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. There are no additional commissioners in the queue for this item. Director Thompson, you want to talk on this item?
Michael Thompson, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance. I did not see the substitute prior to today. Don't know if you all had it all. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on the fiscal note for this being trustee revenue, commissions and fees. And I just wanted to make sure I understood this change. Could someone explain the change to me?
Regina Newman, County Trustee, I think we just did that. It had gone from general fund balance to excess trustee commissions and fees.
All right. Michael Thompson, Deputy Director of Finance Administration. Is that saying that you are increasing your trustee fees to offset the expenditure, or?
Yes, Mr. Director.
Michael Thompson, Deputy Director of Finance Administration. I have not seen a revenue projection for the trustee, so I cannot say whether this potential revenue increase will be covered or not. So I just haven't had a chance to review this resolution because the substitute did not come to me. So.
Thank you, Director Thompson. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, and Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, will you read item number 3, please?
Item 3 is a resolution receiving and filing the January 2025 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. The item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Thank you so much. Deputy Director Schonbaum.
Good afternoon. Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. You have below, in front of you, the January General Fund operating statement. As of the end of January, revenue was up $18.7 million versus the prior year, driven primarily by...
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I don't have the handout. Who did we share that with?
It should have been in on-base.
Oh, on base. Okay. All right.
I mean, I do have a couple of extra copies that I'm happy to share.
Let's see. Sorry about that. It is an on-base, but yeah, we should have had a handout. I don't see any staff in here. Okay, you good? All right. Okay, thank you.
I do have a few, if any. No problem. All right, so we good to go? Okay, all right. Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance. So it was saying the general driver of higher revenue is property taxes and higher federal revenue offset by lower fines and fees and interest income. Property tax revenue is up $20.6 million as compared to prior year due to the higher allocation of the penny to the general fund as compared to prior year. As a percentage of budget, we are at 53% versus 51.8% in the prior year. Other local taxes are up $1.2 million versus prior year due primarily to higher business tax collections. Federal and local revenues are down 2.8 million versus prior year due to timing of a federal subsidy payment and some city reimbursements. Fines and fees are down 4 million versus prior year. Last year, General Sessions did a cleanup resulting from some audit findings, so we anticipate that revenue will not be repeated this year. Interest is down 2.3 million. That's we do an allocation of interest, which was done in February last year, January this year. So it shows lower revenue versus prior year, but that should correct in February. Personnel expenditures are up 15.1 million or 8.4% due to increasing personnel costs. This is the first month that we have seen the 6% increase that went the countywide salary increase. Additionally, for FY25, we had a higher required contribution to the pension plan, so that accounts for about half the increase over prior year. O&M expenditures are up $12.5 million versus prior year. Drivers include supplies, materials, insurance, and et cetera. With that, I will open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. I don't see any commissioners in queue, but you just mentioned the statement of O&M expenditures up 12.5 versus prior year. Supplies, materials. Can you just really dive into that a little bit more around? That's a huge number. I mean, I know things are higher these days, but I'm just saying.
So Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance. I mean, even though it's a absolute number is higher, you see, and as a percentage of budget, we're higher. It's still, we are at 58% of the year completed, and we're still at 37.7% of that total budget. I would say that expenses for supplies and materials versus prior year, sorry, a lot of paper. Are 5.9 million versus 3.4 million. It looks like specifically in a materials line. I'm not sure which division that's associated with, but we've had a big increase in operational materials expense. I will say that I know our insurance costs are going up pretty dramatically. We saw last year or earlier in this fiscal year that our property and casualty insurance went up again dramatically. What other items did I note? Professional services, as inflation goes up, people are charging more for their professional services. So, it's just, and with respect to supplies and materials, those things.
Things are just going up.
And I would anticipate that would continue to be the case with the environment that we're in.
Thank you. Duly noted. I think that's also something that I'm glad you stated, because as the environment changes, things are going to continue to be more expensive. So don't want it to be a surprise as you continue to bring us reports. Thank you so much. There are no additional commissioners in the queue. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally your votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Wright, Thornton, and Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you so much. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 4, please?
Item 4 is a resolution to amend the FY 2025 Grant Fund operating budget in the amount of $4,724 for the period of August 1, 2024 through May 31st, 2025 to expend grant funds from the Tennessee State Library and Archives. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2025 state grant funds in the amount of $4,724, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. My screen seems to be stuck, so can I get a second? I'm at first? Okay. Commissioner Wright? Commissioner Thornton is my second. Thank y'all so much. All right, we have a speaker for this item. Please state your name, address for the record, please.
I'm Vincent Clark. I'm an administrator at the Shelby County Register of Deeds. This item comes from an annual award that the Tennessee State Library and Archives offers. It's a reimbursement grant for archival supplies for the processing of older records in our collection.
Thank you for that. I don't see any commissioners in queue. Okay, Commissioner Brooks?
I love archives. It has so much historical information. So with this grant, it's just 4,000, is that it?
$4,724.
What are you all gonna do with that?
What we're getting are supplies for the processing of some of the older records, the ones that are dry and crumbling, acid-free folders for the protection of the documents, mending tape, cleaning sponges, which takes a lot of the dirt and grime off of the records, and there was a fourth item. Let's see, is it a file
Have you
folder?
all ever thought about investing in those handheld imagers where you can, hold it in your hand and take images of your documents, particularly those that are crumbling?
We actually had volunteers for quite some time from FamilySearch.org that were taking photos just like that using a very high-grade digital camera.
Digital, right. Okay. So you're not going to do any more of that? I mean, that's the best way.
We're going to try to do more with that. We don't have any of those volunteers this year because they've kind of changed their program up, but we're hoping to certainly reach out to them and see if they're willing to bring us some more.
Okay. I don't know how many of you all have been over to archives and looked at some of the historical documents and information that they have, but it's extremely interesting. Just one last thing. Do you all have anything on the, I can't think of it now, it's the schools.
The Rosenwald schools?
Rosenwald schools, yes.
Not specifically, but we do have a report that I think was generated some years ago about the various schools that are in the county. And it seems like I heard recently that there's one school that's still, the building is still operational and around, yeah. And then there's the Bridgewater School where you worked on the historical marker.
Yeah, it's still there, right. Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Brooks. All right, there are no additional commissioners in queue. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally your votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Wright, Thornton, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you so much. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 5, please?
Item 5 is a resolution approving a piggyback contract between Shelby County Government and Catalyst Public Works and Citizen Engagement, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $12,689,000 for Catalyst CMS Court Case Management System commencing upon execution of the contract continuing through March 31st, 2026, and shall not exceed $12,689,000. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2025 capital improvement project funds in an amount not to exceed $12,689,000. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much. This item was moved by Commissioner Wright. I will go ahead and second that item, and we do have presentations.
Good afternoon, Sandra Perry, CIO, Information Technology.
Aaron Hall, Clerk and Master of Chancery Court. I'm here in the capacity of, what are all my titles? Vice Chair of IT Steering, as well as the Chair of the Project Review Subcommittee.
Our resolution today is seeking approval. The 4 civil courts, which is Chancery, Probate, Circuit, and General Sessions Civil, is currently operating on a case management system that is 20-plus years old. It is out of compliance from the state level, and it also limits their ability to effectively maintain court records and do financial transactions. This system has had no upgrades since 2014. They are non-available except for anything that has to do with a regulatory mandate. We went out for an RFP solicitation. and vetted it in the market, and the return on that was prohibited for us to proceed. We are now seeking a piggyback agreement for this Catalyst case management system. It's in the amount of $12,689,000, and it involves the software along with the implementation, and we are asking for your approval this afternoon.
Thank you, Chief Perry. And there are a couple commissioners there in the queue. I'll go with Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that context and for the work that y'all have done on this project. You said the RFP solicitation was prohibited to proceed. What does that mean?
The requirements that we put forth in the RFP and the responses that we received back, the cost was outside of the range of what we could substantiate and support.
And can you provide by Monday who we received bids from during that RFP process and what were the figures as compared to the current piggyback vendor, and also the demographics of those who responded?
I think.
Can we get that by Monday, purchasing? Okay, did you hear all the categories that I'm interested in? All of the responses for the RFP, the figure of the bids, and the demographics of the bidders. Okay, great. And then this particular piggyback, what are the demographics of this vendor?
Sandra Perry, CIO, I don't have that information.
I see.
Glenda Pearson, Diversity Supplier Officer. The demographics for this particular vendor is an other non-local.
Okay. When you provide those demographics to purchasing, also distinguish if they're MWBs or local vendors that responded in the bidding process. I'm always just curious just to see when we see exorbitant figures and we see it attached to local or minority, I'm trying to make the case that there's some additional supports that are needed because estimating cost and things, those are opportunities to educate. And I've seen in a couple other bids where, particularly within minorities, there'll be 3 times, 4 times the average or the mean of other bidders. And that just stands out to me as just like an area of opportunity to be able to try to educate on how to more appropriately price products and make them more competitive. So sourcing that out, but definitely support you getting this 20-year wait fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you. So what do we know about this Catalyst Public Works and Civic Engagement, LLC? Well, I mean, I know it's a piggyback, so that says something. But what do you know about, who have they worked with, and just some information? Tell me something.
So Aaron Hall, Clerk and Master, Shelby County Chancery Court. I started looking at this project about, I want to say 7.5 years ago to move forward with a new system for Chancery Court. The economics provide for all 4 courts to do it together would be, because we use the same system currently that's 20, actually I think it's closer to 30 years old at this point. So I came to the county about 10 years ago. I started going to conferences and things to see what was available. So the truth of the matter is there's only like 5, maybe 6 if you stretch, companies that can provide this type of software to the courts based on our requirements. We're not like smaller counties that can use homegrown systems and things like that. The volume is too much for it, as well as the complexity. I've met this company, I think about 7 years ago at a conference. But I've talked to all the vendors, Tyler being another, and those were the 2 that actually responded to the RFP that were qualified, was Tyler, and at the time this company was called Pioneer, but it's Catalyst now.
So, I forgot what I was going to ask.
I'm sorry, I know what else you asked. You asked what other places. They're across the country. I think one of the examples they gave us was was it DeKalb, or it's outside of Atlanta, was one of the, DeKalb County was one of the ones they've implemented systems for. Some out west and others. They're across the
And
U.S.
this is just for civil courts?
Only the civil courts, correct.
Okay. All right, that's quite a big chunk of change.
And I'll remind commissioners, when I was here, a couple weeks ago at the budget hearing, I said, be prepared for shocking numbers because it appears, and I don't want to speak too much on this, is more Director Perry's forte, the days of buying software and then supporting it, spinning it up and using it on premises are gone. We can't even get that option for almost all these vendors. So that expense was always there, of course, to have a new system. But now it's turned into cash flow for all these major manufacturers. When Microsoft started making you subscribe to get Microsoft Office years ago, everyone's following that pattern now. There is no buying, spinning up your own system with that software. You have to do it over the cloud or AAS. So that's led to magnitude of increasing cost.
So, okay, 1 second.
Commissioner Brooks, are you getting back in the queue?
Okay, back in the queue. Are there protections built in here in this software? Did it come with, I don't want to call it non-hacking or hack-proof, but are there some kind of security protections?
Sandra Perry, CIO. Yes, ma'am. We do have cybersecurity. That's one of the layers of protection that's within the software. And then we have the authentication and role-based access for least privilege, which means that you get the minimum allowed necessary in which to fulfill the requirements of your job. And then we have the additional layers, because this is a hosted solution, which is what the industry is going to, which is cloud-based hosted subscription systems. So there's a layer of protection that we provide for our on-premise users to make access to the system. So there is multiple layers of a protection.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, Wright, and Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. I do want to, I know we have item number 6, Madam Parliamentarian, but I want to take 7 and 8, which are the add-ons, before we get to this discussion. So can you read item number 7, please, as the add-on?
Yes, ma'am. Item number 7, a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government on behalf of the Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, and Port Leaf to render the Nurturing Parent Program, NPP, which is an evidence-based parenting course designed to foster safe and nurturing relationships between children and caregivers, and is proven to reduce instances of child abuse and neglect and promote development of empathy and emotional well-being. Said contract shall commence upon execution through June 30th, 2025, with option to renew under the same terms and conditions upon County Commissioner approval. This item requires the expenditure of juvenile court judges' funds that were reallocated from the fiscal year 2024 Sheriff's Office to the juvenile court judges operating and maintenance FY25 budget and the opioid settlement funds in the amount not to exceed $130,558, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Wright. I do see that we have someone to speak on this item. Please state your name.
Good afternoon, Teresa Thornton. I'm Finance Administrator, Juvenile Court. Today, we are here. This is Port Link. This is the second contract in the portfolio of about 6 contractors, nonprofits, to fulfill the use of the $1.8 million that was approved for us last June. This particular one, Nurturing Parent Programming, is parent-facing. A lot of the other partners that we're dealing with have programs dedicated to the youth, but this particular program is the second program in allowing parents to better be able to be a part of the decision-making of their children's life. And we are just asking for this to go into effect. The first one, parent leadership training, was approved last February's meeting, and we are trying to just get this one so that the programs can both start hopefully this month.
Thank you so much. We do have a couple of commissioners in the queue. I'll go with Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that juvenile court has always had a really deep relationship with, and financially profitable relationship on the part of, what is it? Port of Leith. And even when I was there back in the 80s, and the 70s. I'm just trying to understand. So you say you had this program last year?
Teresa Thornton, Finance Administrator. No, ma'am, this is a new program, Nurturing Parent.
Okay, so you did have it last year. So how do we know that we have the right people in this program to do this job? How do we know that Port of Leith can provide the culturally competent people to do this job?
We apologize for not having a representative for the program from Port of Leith.
Okay.
But this is an evidence-based national program, actually, that they are using. So this program is not something just based locally from Shelby County, Port of Leith.
Okay.
We did do our research and found out that it's actually got a special educational title to it, but it's an evidence-based program, and Port of Leith staff have gone through the training, so we feel really, really closely that we will be able to sort of, in this program, have measurements that we are be able to determine if they are fulfilling some of the metrics in the program design.
And that's where I'm going with this. Well, I know anecdotal information is not good, and anecdotal history is not evidence in anything, but the problem I have is that because of the anecdotal history and information, I'm real concerned. I'm concerned that Port of Leith will not be able to provide culturally competent service for the parents who need it. And I'm glad you all are looking at parents, because that's where it is. And the emphasis need to always be there. But we need to have culturally competent service providers for those parents. And that's a deep dive. And I haven't known Port of Leith to be that deep, culturally. Okay. So if you have some information, I'd like to receive it and then have some people here on Monday from Port of Leith that can talk to us and show us something on paper. Me, anyway. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Wright, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a word about what's in the system. I think what I'm seeing on the screen is Pure Academy. The item before us, I believe, is Port of Leith.
Great catch. Because our hard copies do show 7 is Port of Leith and 8 is Pure Academy, but obviously was entered in the system the opposite way. So we actually read Port of Leith, and on our sheets that were given as add-ons, it says number 7, and then 8 is Pure Academy. and it probably sounds as though it was given to Madam Clerk the opposite way. So, but what was read into record was Porter Leaf. So, I guess for,
So Matt,
okay, thank you.
I was gonna say, would it be better if I moved to substitute or no? Okay.
She's changing in the system. Thank you.
Okay, point of information. Okay, so my number 7 says a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County government on behalf of Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, and Porter Leaf.
Yes, that's what we just stated,
Right,
Commissioner
and
Sugarman.
so you're saying the one here in the system shows the number 7 for the other document? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so
So are
Madam
we going
Clerk
to change the
is,
document, or are we going to change the Granicus?
so Madam Clerk is changing it in Granicus, because
Okay.
we've been discussing Porter Leaf. So
Right.
that's what the vote should reflect, Porter Leaf.
Okay. Okay, point of information. I see that now they've changed it in Granicus. Should they also change the number? Can you all change the number as well? This says 8 still, but it's the correct resolution. Okay, it says Porter Leaf now, okay, but it still says number 8. And my question then becomes, can we change the 8 to number 7 in Granicus? Okay, it's number 8 for Porter Leaf in the system now. But it's actually number 7, so it could, my
Well,
question.
I think it's more of a, maybe a parliamentary question around, like, does it matter regarding the number? Because these are pieces of paper versus the system.
It is now number 7.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, Madam Clerk, please prepare our screens for voting. Madam Clerk, please tally our votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Sugarman, and Wright. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. We have 3 ayes and 1 abstained.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 8?
Item number 8, a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County government on behalf of the Juvenile Court of Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, and progressing under restraints and extremes, Pure Academy, to provide the successful integration of 10 male justice-involved youth unto their year-round residential program at their private school in the amount of $400,000. Said contract shall commence upon execution through June 30th, 2025, with option to renew for 1 renewal period under the same terms and conditions upon County Commission approval. This item requires the expenditure of juvenile court judge funds that were reallocated from the fiscal year 2024 Sheriff's Office to juvenile court judges operating and maintenance FY25 budget from the opioid settlement funds in the amount not to exceed $400,000. Sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. That item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Ms. Teresa, I'm sorry, what's your last name again? Thornton. Oh, so many Thorntons in the room today. Okay. I wanted to double check. All right, Ms. Thornton, if, now state us about your item.
Yes, once again, this is from the 1.8 million, and this is our 4th nonprofit partner. Melvin Cole is the CEO, who's done marvelous work. I think just 3 weeks ago, we had a grand opening, a new facility. Ribbon cutting facility. And so this is going to be for some of our male youth justice folks, and year-round activities, counseling, behavior, as well as academics, mentoring, that's going to be a part of this program that we're asking to be funded, $400,000.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. I don't see any additional commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. This is the Promise Academy, or what is Peer Academy? Okay, Peer Academy. So how will how is the opportunity extended to the 10 males, assuming that there are more than 10 males that could qualify for the program?
And there are, Kimbrell Owens, I'm the Community Stakeholder Manager at Juvenile Court. We need a lot of spaces, but this is really all, as far as the young men that can go to a Peer Academy, because we saw as we looked out in, the community, listened to you all and to our young people. Once we get them out of the detention center or from court, a lot of times we help them, but they don't need to go back to their homes, right? And so Peer Academy is their place that they can go to school there and live there. And so we need more spaces, but all we really can afford at this time, per se, is the 10. And so we are identifying for the most high risk and high needs youth, those this is like their last stop, right? When they get off Judge Sugarman docket, this is like the only place that they can get them from the community to something else, where they can do sports, they can live there and thrive better.
Will it be first come, first serve? I'm just wondering, just the selection process of who gets the opportunity.
No, it will be based off the need. If he has additional space, he's gonna allow it. It's just that we just gotta identify them based off what their needs are. So if there are high needs, high risk, or if it's gonna be really off the charge, and his availability, of course, too. But he's expanded because of his new site, so we should have more room. So there's not gonna ever be where we're gonna be looking at one child can't go first unless he says this child's not a fit because they're a flight risk. Because one thing that can't go, we can't have any youth running, go to his facility and they're not, they're running away.
Can you report, how will we know how many students were high risk, high need that did not get to make this 10 limit that you have?
We don't have a list. It is just going to be based off what's happening in court with the judges and the magistrates as well as the attorneys. So they're going to identify. We won't be ourselves saying, oh, this child just needs to go, but it will be either off the bench or from the magistrates or the attorney saying this child needs to go there. But if it's based off from our staff, there won't be ever time that we would just have a list to say this child can't go, because we'll always try to send all of them to them. They will tell us if this child will not fit their program, but we'll never just be saying that we won't because of this. But there are criteria for every program, and our programs don't fit every child, and we know that for sure. So it'll be based off what their program needs are, as well as what the child and the court staff may need for that young person.
Would this be alternative sentencing, or what is it?
It can be.
Okay.
It can be. We would like it to be. Okay. For sure. And we've been using them already for free. So, and we've seen the success in those young people that live there now on his campus, playing sports, going to school, and graduating. Some of them have graduated and went on to college. So it has been successful, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you. So who is the chairman of the board of Peer Academy?
Well, Melvin Cole is the founder and executive director, and Mr. Bertie Cole is the other person that I know offhand. We can get that list of their board members if you like.
Okay, with pictures. Also, I see where it says it's a private boarding school, and I see where some of the tuition, $8,800 without boarding, and then boarding school tuition, $16,580. So, and there's financial assistance, but we are able to. So how much is juvenile court giving them for 10 people?
That's the total of the $400,000. So
Oh, that's the whole total?
Yes, ma'am. For all 10 of those young men elected, their full meals, their education, all of
They're
the
boarded? They
boarding,
stay-
everything is
okay.
included in that total for up to 10 males at this time.
Okay, all right. Okay, y'all need to, okay. Be careful with children, please. Where you putting them? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Caswell, you're in the queue.
Again, I would say to anyone to go out to Pure Academy and most definitely to it. This organization and this young man, what he done from the time when COVID hit and no one was taking these young people in, he knew that we couldn't just turn them back to the streets. He took them into his home and really got put out of his home because he took them into his home. And thankfully to those who now on his board who have taken it to the next level to allow him to get the space out in Westwood that provide for the 30 kids, which we know that's too small. But now in the site at Chelsea is going to be for 70 to up to 200 some kids. It's what we need on steroids. And what he's doing with these young people going to Division I school who would have been in the streets dead is something powerful. I'm thankful that juvenile court is working alongside because the young people that he is taking in, they will be in jail. They would be in Wilder or somewhere like that where they would not be getting the opportunity that is being given to them through Pure Academy. And so I was there, you had everybody to come from the sheriff department, from even the state representatives came down to see this work at hand, and largely because last year, sadly, they took money out of the budget, out of the state budget, and gave it to another organization and didn't put no money in there for this organization that's proven itself to change the lives of these young people. So when we talk about a return on investment, this is small. This is what, I say this to those young men that go to his school, and I had the opportunity to do some training with some of those guys and around ACEs and stuff. And again, just on record, it was all for free. Even to his staff, it was all for free. Was the conversation we had that when I grew up, we had Liberty Land and all of these things in this city and counted for them. But this is a generation that all they had was their street and that toxic environment in which they stay in. And so you're right, many of these individuals, they cannot or should not return back to those home environments or that neighborhood because they are dead or in jail if they do. And so with what Pure is doing, this is a no-brainer. It's what we will be putting less in jails if we put more in opportunities like this. So I'm a strong supporter of it, not just because I'm sponsoring and being the community service. It's because I see it in action. And I was invited to a couple of their signings when they went off to Division I school, when they would have been off to jail. So thank you all for bringing this back. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell, for that. Before I go to you, Commissioner Thornton, I will say, listening to Commissioner Caswell and to you, Ms. Thornton, this is an opportunity. I am familiar with Mr. Cole and the Pure Academy work, but this is also an opportunity for more true engagement. I think, as you could hear, what's happening is a disconnect. Commissioner Caswell just mentioned a whole host of people that were invited to an event where that event was not extended to us as a body. And if we're voting on dollars to be invested in a program, one of the things that I think people often forget is, if we are putting the investment in there, you then also have to let us see how the dollars are being used. You also have to let us understand how it's changing the lives versus just on the whim of thinking, oh, they know the work. It's a lot different when you can see, feel, experience the work and understanding where your investment is. So I'm putting it out there. I don't know if Mr. Cole is listening. Hopefully he is somewhere. But I think the reality of that is that's the disconnect, because we oftentimes say who's doing what and why they aren't doing such and such. Well, I can't speak on it if you haven't invited me into the situation to be able to be a champion for you. All right, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I echo those sentiments. Would love to be extending an invitation. Though I remember when they came to the commission, it is very useful to see in real time. And I'm just curious, I know oftentimes we celebrate the success stories. I would love for the commission to be provided their academic performance data so that we can see just the overall success of those students that aren't the headliners. And then, Commissioner Brooks, I would like to know the source of the figures that you just mentioned, the 16,000 with boarding, the 8 without boarding, because I'm crunching the numbers and this looks like an average investment at 40,000 per student that we're talking about. So I'm trying to figure out, so from the data shown on their website, if we're talking about, and that was year-round boarding, I'm assuming? So where's the discrepancy here? On their website, they're saying it costs about 16,000 to board year-round. You're funding at 40,000.
Here's the budget that we presented. The tuition, $16,619.06. The room, $9,733. The food or meal plan is $2,867. Transportation provided for the students, $700. So per year, each student is about $29,919.06.
So where's
So the total cost of the enrollment was $299. Then we got the salary and benefits expense related to those administrators that is provided. That's $56,250, and an administrative fee for the testing and other bringing them to court and other things is about $44,559.40. So that's how we came up with a total of $400,000.
Okay, so what you're reading from, we don't have access to, so if we could get that breakdown. I'm still not hearing, just to what Commissioner Brooks is saying, it was with board. So you're parsing out and adding board in addition to a figure that online seems to say 16,000 with board. Does board not?
Okay, well, this is the budget and the relationship that we came up with to get the 400,000 for 10 students. So it's broken out tuition, $16,619. The room or board is $9,733. And so is that your discrepancy, Commissioner Brooks?
Can we just have someone from
Okay.
Peer Academy present? Because we would want to have, I mean, that's a huge gap between 16,000 advertised online, and here we're saying that it's 40,000 per student. So, today, the whole, oversight of the finances has been a topic of conversation here. One can make an argument that we are funding at an inflated rate, and we just need to address that in the conversation on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Commissioner Thornton, you turn your mic off. So one thing I wanted to say, we do have time to be able to level set with this because this came as an add-on. My ask is that this goes down without a recommendation because it did not go to legal, which is when we're talking about signing a contract, legal does have to look at it. And between now and March 17th, I'm being clear on trying to say that because the meeting's March 17th, not the Monday coming up, that everyone level sets on, the language in the contract, because the county attorney has mentioned they need to see that, as well as being clear on what the numbers are and how you got to the 400,000 in comparison to what's on the website. Hopefully there's an opportunity, instead of it being 10 people, young men, maybe it's an opportunity if we are very clear on the numbers, we may be able to accommodate more.
Point of information.
Yes.
So knowing this program, again, when we talking about the data of what the numbers that they're showing there, this is for the average kid that he takes off the street. This is a different program that he's doing. He's taking individuals out of the juvenile court and transferring them back and forth and oversight higher level than what an average individual off the street is coming into that program. So that's what she's speaking to, that level of oversight, supervision, and getting them back and forth to the court past. So what we looking at there is.
So Commissioner Caswell, not to cut you out, but we're very clear on they're saying they're going to live there. I think the disconnect here is that there's a figure on their website that says tuition and board together versus in her document, she has tuition as one thing and board as another number. So I'm saying let's level set on making sure the numbers should be what they are, but more importantly, legal did not see the contract. So is why I'm saying let's go ahead and send this down without recommendation because they have to see it in order for us to be able to say yay or nay to it.
point of information. This was brought up in that 1.8, the original figure with all of that, so legal would have saw it because that's.
Not this particular one. I'm quoting exactly what the county attorney I just had a conversation
Okay.
with. It was not because it was an add-on. They did not get a chance to look at it. So they do need to look at it before we can say yes to it. So I am recommending that we send it down without a recommendation, nothing about the program, nothing about how this is an excellent program. Definitely support it. But we have to make sure the paperwork is correct in order for us to say yes to it around it. So that's all I'm saying. Can I get a second on?
So I'll second, and just a point of privilege, the figures that should accompany the add-on, can you get that to us by Friday? I don't want to have to see the report that she was reading from on the 17th.
Gotcha. You would like to see her document
Right.
before.
The breakdown of the
Right.
40,000 per student. Thank you.
So, Ms. Thornton, if you can just email that to all of us, or you can email it to Ms. Thomas, and she can make sure the whole commission gets it from that standpoint. Commissioner Brooks, you're still in the queue, and Commissioner Caswell, you're still in the queue. I just wanted to make sure we took care of that business.
Well, I just want to add one thing. Since this has come up second time, maybe we just need to get on the bus and take a tour of some of these youth serving organizations. Let's go and see what they're doing. Let's just go see how they're serving our children, particularly those like this one in boarding and all of that, the ones that we're giving dollars to on an annual basis. Let's just get on the bus and take a look. Okay? Madam Budget Chair?
I think that's a request. All right. We will work to make that happen. All right. Thank you so much. Did I get Commissioner Thorne gave me her second about sending this down without a recommendation. Can we do that without objection?
I do just have a question. Vouchers. I see that this is a private school, so would these students qualify for vouchers?
We would need Melvin Cole to give an answer to that.
And so I would definitely say just to the commission, I mean, if we're factoring in a potential subsidy through vouchers, because it is a private school, I just really want to make sure that the cost per student, factoring in any subsidies, and consistent with previous payments from students, that is just streamlined. There's some questions that I have about how each of the students would be able to fund their residents with the program. But supportive of the program, but want to make sure that the numbers make sense, because we know we're going to have more than 10 meals that could qualify for the program. So if there's any way for us to be able to be a little bit more prudent to make more room for additional young males, then I think that would be the more pressing priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. All right. I'm still wanting to accept that without objection. So moved. Thank you so much. All right. Now we're going back to item number 6. Which is discussion item. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 6, please?
Item 6 is a discussion item to last approximately 15 minutes. LOSB Sheltered Market Process Purchasing Administrator James Gloucester presenting.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Gloucester, Administrator of Purchasing. See if it's going to come up first before we start. All right. Thanks. First slide. So next slide. You can go to the next slide. Here, just want to kind of go through the main purpose of this presentation today is to kind of discuss our LOSB, locally owned small businesses, and our sheltered market process. But I do want to kind of highlight some more of the procurement purchasing processes for clarity as we go through. So the informal versus formal procurement process, of course, with the informal procurement processes, it does not require us to publicly advertise, and the formal procurement process does. Next slide. I'm sorry, go back one, sorry. So here, the procurement process, we have the competitive solicitations. We have invitations for bid, which is informal. We have our sealed bid process, it's formal. We have a request for proposal, and we have our RFQ process. So our non-competitive solicitations, we also have our discretionary informal spend. We have single and sole source, piggybacks, procurement P-cards, and our emergency PO process. And we'll go into more details on the next slide on some of the informal solicitations. Here is just solicitation thresholds that shows some of the details from our $1 to 49, less than 5,000 in the first column. And then the second one, we go into the sheltered market process from 5,000 to 49,999. And the next column is we're greater than 50,000. And each one will go into more detail in the next slide. So this discretionary spend, so we have items that's less than 5,000, and usually these come through our system as electronic purchases. Here, as you go lower, it shows we get the request from the departments. And of course, the high-level process goes through the process as we get the request from the departments. So of course, the department identifies their need, which is pretty much their scopes of work, any specifications they need. In this situation, we work with the departments to ensure that they're following the process, and also making sure we're focusing on our LOSB suppliers throughout this process. Of course, we get the quotes and any other responses within this process. Next slide. Here, where we really get into our sheltered market process, to where we hone in and focus on our LOSB vendors. So that's between 5,000 and 49,999 here. So the same things, the high-level process, you guys can see that the requirements from the department that we request before any purchase orders are created. But in this particular case, if there are 3 LOSB vendors within the system, they use LOSB vendors. If we do not have 3 for a particular commodity code, they can go outside of our LOSB vendors. And this here kind of breaks down pretty much what I said on that. All purchase values less than 50,000 is considered our shelter market process, and it states here 3 registered ELC vendors, LOSB vendors are required, and if they are available, we'll follow that process, but if not, we have to go outside and that process. And also looking at some of the numbers that I pulled, there are a lot of vendors that are only EOC vendors. And from 23 and 24, there's a lot of vendors that are not even showing up in our system currently. So I think there are opportunities for us to ensure we're working to get more LOSB vendors in the system to be able to make this pool even greater. Next slide. So here I pulled some numbers together for FY24. As you see, the first threshold, less than 49,000. And when you see transactions, that means purchase orders. So example, in the first threshold, you have 3,288 transactions. And out of those 3,288 transactions, 25% of those transactions went to LOSB vendors. And so on. As you see with the next column, it's the same thing for that. And the next one where you see the percentage of LOSBs. So based on, the value of transactions for LOSBs and the percentage that percentage of that value that was actually LOSBs. So out of that 10 million, you had 24% of that was LOSB spend. And I forgot to mention, at the top, that's all of the vendors, all vendors. And I show a snapshot at the bottom of only LOSB vendors. And I was given the percentage of those that were LOSBs in the top. Right, next. And here, just wanted to show some trends from 2023 and how we compare to 2024. Here you see the transactions, the number of transactions, which I say are the purchase orders that were processed. And based on the data I have, We did have a slight increase in 2024 with the amount of POs that we had. And if you look at the next chart, it shows the percentage of those transactions that were LOSBs. We did have some increases from 2023 to 2024. And as you can see, the totals. And here it also just charted the dollar value of the transactions. As we see, the dollar value increased in 2024 in most areas and most of the thresholds. And as we get to the percentage of those that were actually LOSBs, we still think we decreased probably like 1% on those, but they're strictly focusing on the LOSB vendors that we currently have in the system. And here, there's pretty much it. If you have any questions, of course, at EOC, you have Administrator Wilburn or Officer Pearson, and also in purchasing, you have myself if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gloucester. We do have commissioners that are in the queue, but we have a comment card on it, so I wanted to go ahead and take the comment before we get into questions. So Danielle Inez, if you can come up, state your name and address for the record.
Danielle Inez, 158 Vance, Memphis, Tennessee. I'm here today just representing my firm, All Ventures, which has worked, in collaboration with a few different small business owners in the area. And I want to just mention, I started working as chief of staff. I then worked as the director of innovation. I got my first contract with a local government under AC Warden back in 2014. And numbers don't lie, but they can be made to tell a nice story. And so slide 8 of this presentation today says that LOSBs are winning 60% of contracts, but that's not math, that would be magic. That 60% comes from adding percentages across different categories, but that's not how weighted averages work. The real number is that LOSBs are getting 23% of transactions, and the actual dollars is that locally owned small businesses are only getting about 6.6%. As you guys can imagine, that would make a little bit more sense when you look at how where that 60% falls on that slide. You can't have less than, or at the most, 1/4 across all categories and then get to 60% of the total. That's not how math works. But this is a solvable problem. The biggest opportunity to change these numbers is in contracts under $50,000, where small businesses should be getting in the door. But the system is on autopilot. I've seen it for myself, and I want to make sure that you guys know about it. And right now, locally owned businesses are being locked out before they ever get a chance to compete. I think that Commissioner Thornton would find this especially interesting. One of the biggest barriers that we have right now is commodity codes. They control which businesses get notified about an opportunity. You guys just saw that in the presentation today. But there is no structure to support to ensure that businesses register correctly. The EOC is not responsible for that. That responsibility will fall under purchasing. And from 2018 up until I registered my own business on my exit, I ran into the exact same problem every time. Nobody on either side is taking responsibility for commodity codes. And so take a cleaning company, for example. If they register under janitorial services general, that commodity code is 91039. They would get bid notifications for cleaning the county buildings. That's it. But if they also didn't register for medical facility cleaning, which has a completely different code, 94893, they wouldn't see opportunities to clean clinics, health department offices, or medical spaces, even if they are fully qualified. And this is not a problem that just affects cleaning. It's happening across multiple industries. A company that registers under motors, pumps, and balancers may never see an HVAC repair contract, even though they could do the job. A small business under retail trade wouldn't be able to bid on branded promotional items, even though they sell them. You multiply that across hundreds of businesses and thousands of codes, and you see why LOSBs aren't just underrepresented in contracts. They're being shut out before the process even starts. And so like I mentioned at the beginning, since leaving government, dozens of small businesses have reached out to me, not to complain, but just to try to understand how on earth to do business with the county. And all of their questions have been legitimate ones. That's the primary reason that I pulled up the presentation last night when I saw it in the system and decided to come today. Over the next few years, there are going to be lots of opportunities to collaborate with local government in public safety, public health, public education, mental health services, our own building maintenance, technology improvements, sports fields, stadiums. It's all going to be online in the next few years. And the difference between real economic development and business as usual will be whether Memphis and Shelby County create a legal and structural framework that helps local businesses win, grow, and employ more of our workforce. So I'm asking the purchasing department to please bring back accurate numbers in this presentation. I'm asking them to train their staff to understand and know the commodity code so that they can offer the support and the guidance to our businesses when they want to do business with our county. And then I'm asking this body, the administration and the EOC, to continue to hold the purchasing department accountable to make sure that business owners in our community are getting opportunity to do this work, so that when we want to say that we're at 60%, that's a truthful statement, and it's not us misrepresenting our own facts as we know them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Inez. Commissioner Thornton, you're next in the queue.
I don't think that I've ever wanted to stand up and give a comment or an applause. That was amazing. Okay, so we know that data, definitely you have to have a good level of discernment. So I want to first ask that you would email this to us. The print is rather small. And I do think that there should be extended conversations about this. I know you're here for a discussion, so I'll personally commit to getting on your schedule. And if you could join me in that meeting, then I would love your support to ask the questions. I am, as you mentioned, very much so trying to figure out how can we increase both minority spend and local spend. So it remains a priority for me. You want to say something? Okay, go for it.
James Glass, Administrative Person.
But don't take all my time.
No, it would be quick. First of all, the commodity codes are part of the vendor registration process that vendors have to say what they do. I have nothing to do with that.
So you're saying it's not purchasing, it's EOC?
Vendors, and part of that vendor registration process, they have to tell Shelby County government what they do for a living.
So for clarity to the public, you're saying it's not a function of purchasing, it's EOC?
The purchasing department owns the commodity codes as it relates to purchases and POs when it comes from departments and people who need to make purchases. When it comes to the initial vendor registration process, that's a part of the EOC process where they have to tell vendors what they do within their business.
Okay, good. Administrator, can you just come and just talk about, I think we're always listening for issues, but then also solutions. So for you to propose that, then this is a workable spot with the commodity codes. And I think that it's a brilliant observation to talk about like how people are opting into the most intuitive commodity codes, but then there's so much more opportunity. And that's the space that I've been wanting us to explore, is how to be able to educate the public on being savvy, understanding. And I point this out all the time, 400 centuries of oppression leaves you at a disadvantage. So some of the ins and outs of how to work the system just might not be known to new businesses that just incorporating was one of the biggest accomplishments that they made. Now they go to government to be able to get some of those first contracts, and there's a whole nother field that they have to discover through a lot of failure and really just a lot of lack of business. So she's right. We have so many contracts that are about to hit, but will they actually be accessible? That's something to be determined. So specifically, I'm just curious, I'll get back in queue to the administrator. Can you just talk about what we can do to increase understanding about the commodity codes and some of her recommendations about training the staff and you said bring back an accurate number? Okay, and so we'll talk to purchasing about the data piece, but can you talk about the commodity codes?
Shep Wilburn, EOC Administrator. I'm going to start off by giving some information, and then I'm going to ask Glenda Pearson, who's the Diversity Supplier Officer, to join us and go a little bit more into detail. When a vendor comes to Shelby County to participate in our process, we ask that vendor to go online and register. We have a registration process they go through. And they give us, as a part of that registration process, the codes, if you will. There are a number of terms used, but I'll just say codes. I think we all understand what I'm talking about, which identifies what they do. Those codes are entered in, and I think you have had me come before you before and to say that the system that we had would only take 4 or 5 codes and would then only allow them to be inputted. It also takes the first one that you put in, and it takes that as your primary work. We have been on a campaign, and I know Glenda can speak a little bit more to this, to call as many of our vendors as possible to ask them to put in everything they do. Everything. There is no limit to what you can put on the application. There is a limit to what shows up on the form when you go to look. So if you do 15 things and they're unrelated, and we have vendors like All World, who everybody knows is a project manager, but they're also in our system as an IT firm. Because they listed that they do IT. So problem one is that we have to encourage the vendors to list everything it is that they do. We only take what they give us and use that as a code. The bigger issue, though, that I think that Ms. Inez is speaking to, and I want to speak to a little bit, is once they're in the system, the solicitations go out from purchasing to those who are in the system with those codes. Somebody has to make a decision that this relates to all of these codes and not just this one. We don't do that. The solicitations go out from purchasing. So if I list, and the reason that this is so important to me is when I left the commission years ago, most people know I have had a construction company for years, and I registered as an LOSB under the program. And I was registered as a general contractor. If you're familiar with construction, you know that a general contractor can do just about everything except those other trades that require specific licensing from the state of Tennessee, i.e. HVAC, plumbing, electrical. That means I have the ability to do everything else. Well, I never was notified when I applied about any painting jobs, any roofing jobs, any flooring jobs. I'm a general contractor now. I can do all of that. The only thing they notified me about was a $3 million school as a general contractor, and I'm an LOSB. Which means that on that school, it was not an LOSB sheltered market because we didn't have LOSB only bids. I'm bidding on a $3 million job against all of these other contractors to try to compete. Meanwhile, there may have been a $50,000 painting contract that I could have done. I'm just giving that as an illustration to part of the problem that we've got to address. I would be remiss if I sat up here and said that it's something that obviously this administrator of purchasing is responsible for. He is not. The idea of how to send out solicitations based upon the commodity codes is at least that old. And so what I'm saying is that we've got to move to start to look at changing that. It's not a matter of necessarily just blaming, although purchasing is responsible for sending out the solicitations. I want to be clear, because even if you list all of those codes, if purchasing doesn't go through and address sending it out to everyone who has one of those codes, then they don't get it. EOC does not send out solicitations. So it's a situation where we all have to sort of put our heads together, and Glenda has been sort of leading that charge because she obviously came to our office from purchasing. So she sees both sides of the equation and what we're trying to do as a total. And we are beginning to do that. But I hope, it's been a long response, but I wanted you to see that this is not a new problem. And I want to, there are folk who have said, well, this is an EOC problem, this is a purchasing problem. It's gone on for a long time. And it is because of the way the system is set up. I will also say we thought that the ERP was going to help us with that, and we have now found that it will not. So we're going to have to put our heads together to address that in a different way. And again, I want Glenda to come up. Oh, okay, she's here. And she can go into it a little bit more, but I think I want to thank her personally because she comes to EOC from purchasing, and the wealth of knowledge that she has from that department to then interact with what we do in EOC, and she's learned how to do and what we do, makes her invaluable in terms of knowing how to correct stuff so that it doesn't fall through the cracks.
Commissioner Thornton, hopefully that answered some of your question, but I do want to state this before Ms. Pearson speaks. You mentioned ERP, and I think I'm happy we did the presentation. Thank you, Ms. Inez, for your comments. I know Ms. Pearson and I actually talked briefly about something similar to this. I guess I don't want to be going back and forth in it and no one present a solution. I think ultimately, that's what I want to hear. You mentioned ERP. It's not going to be able to do what we thought it was going to do regarding this. I'm not going to say we because that's a whole other thing. I didn't say yes to that ERP system. But I'll say this. If we are where we are. So I'm hoping in this conversation there is some type of next steps around how do we solve the problem? Because I hate when we do presentations and discussions and we talk about, this is the problem. And then the problem still sits there and no one comes up with the next step of how do we solve it? Because I have heard the administrator talk about this before. I've heard Ms. Pearson talk about it before. I understand where Mr. Gloucester is coming back regarding his numbers. But ultimately, if it's a system issue, what can we do to fix that? And if it's not a system issue, what can we do on whose side around it? So
James Gloucester, Administrator of Purchasing, 2 points in response. And so for one, my employees, the purchasing team, are very well versed and trained on commodity codes for what we do. Secondly, an example, we're not responsible for when the vendors register and what commodity codes they pick. There's no way we can let one vendor pick all the commodity codes in the world. When we send out solicitations, it's going to go to everybody. And then when you guys get the emails and saying, well, these vendors were deemed non-responsive. Why? Because they don't do that. They don't cut grass. That's what we send out for. When the departments tell us what they want, they give us their scope of work. Based on what departments need and their scope of work, vendors are selected based on those commodity codes. You cannot send a solicitation for painting the wall to all of the vendors across Shelby County because they don't do that. They have to specify what they do in order for us to accommodate the departments based on their scopes of work. We work for everyone. Everyone is our internal customers. When they tell us what they need, we help with selecting those vendors based off commodity codes. We don't have anything else to do with when they're registering and picking their commodity code. But you cannot let every vendor pick every commodity code we have in our system and try to bid on something. Impossible.
thank you, Mr. Gloucester. Ms. Pearson, were you waiting for a response? Okay. All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so the policy states that the county procurement process is centralized, correct? And so the question then becomes, the purchasing policy also mentions that the purchasing is the exclusive channel through which all purchases are made. But this isn't being done now. Isn't that correct? For example, because for example, let's say that I'm one division and I decide to use this particular company, it should be centralized. If that's the case, then you should be the one that actually does it. Because my concern is if different divisions allow, if they're using as one vendor, they're going to continually use that one vendor. And so this does not open the door for other vendors. And then, so I want to ask that question again. Is all the procurement process centralized? And if not, why not?
James Gloucester, Administrator of Purchasing. There's different processes that I read over to where departments can procure funds out of their budget. There are certain situations to where they can, example, a single source, where they can select one vendor, and it's posted for 7 days, and have to justify it, and it has to be approved. It doesn't mean just because you select one, say you want to do a single source, it's approved. I I decline a lot of single sources that come through. And the second thing, the procurement job is to make sure we're doing what's best for the entire Shelby County and making sure departments are procuring these funds in the right way and it's fair to all departments. So there are certain departments, and they get mad at me all the time, so I push back on everything. They want to do what they want to do, and no, we push back based on the process and say, no one wants to do formal solicitations because they say it takes so long. That's not our problem. We got to follow the process. So no one can just select what they want to do when they come through purchasing. Now, if they don't come through purchasing and find some other means to do something with checks or something like that, that has nothing to do with us. But we're going to make sure they follow the process based on our policies and procedures.
Okay, and are all informal bids posted on the purchasing website? Are all informal bids posted on the website?
James Goss, Administration of Person, all informal bids are posted on the websites.
But the question was informal.
James Goss, Administration of Person, all informal bids are not. They're not required to be. The single source is the only informal solicitation that gets posted for 7 days on the site.
Okay, but doesn't the policy read differently? It states that there was an amendment to the policy so that we do have to correct this and start operating in alignment with the policy. And I would like for Director Pearson to talk about how were things done before, because you were purchasing for long, long years, as opposed to how they're being done now. And what things can be changed so that to the Chair Bibbs, what can we do to fix, because to what's been heard here today, as well as what I'm getting as far as emails from small businesses, you know, they feel like they're being excluded. So how can we fix this? Tell us how you used to do things when you were the purchasing director, how things are being done now, and how can we fix these things?
Okay. Yes, Glenda Pearson, Diversity Supplier Officer. When I was in purchasing, I was trained to the departments would submit their requests to bids or their results to purchasing, and then a purchase order would be cut from that. But since I've been on the EOC side, on the vendor side, and become a vendor advocate, so to speak, I've learned, and in looking into the policies and into the purchasing policy, I've discovered that hurts a small business when the departments are doing the request to bids. And I know that it started way before me, way before Administrator Gloucester, maybe 15, 20 years ago, when I've talked to people, that it became decentralized. And I think we're in a time now where it needs to be put back in alignment with policy and being centralized, where the departments will send a requisition and scope of work to purchasing, and then purchasing would handle the solicitation. They will have the vendors that they want to send the solicitation out to the LOSBs, and then reach out to EOC and say, hey, EOC, these are the vendors that we're going to solicit for this particular project. Do you have some additional vendors that you want to include, that we should include in the solicitation? But it should be housed in purchasing and being taken care of from beginning to end. And then once those requests to bids have come in, then purchasing can evaluate them and see if they are in alignment with what the department wants. Is it in budget? And then tell the department, okay, this is our recommendation. This is who we are going with and why we are going with them. But then the final decision rests with purchasing. A quick comment about the commodity codes. When I came over to EOC, I discovered that there were a lot of vendors. Actually, there were 303 vendors that did not have correct commodity codes. I'm looking at and I'm just making up a name, J&J Cleaning, in your business name, but your commodity code says abrasives. And when they went into the application, they did not select a different commodity code. And so the default is abrasives. So I called them up. At first, I sent out a blast to all of them at the same time. And then I got them on the phone. And I said, hey, I see your company name is J&J Cleaning, and your commodity code is abrasive. Well, I just want you to know that if there's a bid that goes out for any type of cleaning or janitorial services, you're not going to get a notice to bid because you don't have the correct commodity code. So the policy is that they would send a letter to purchasing on company letterhead and ask for those commodity codes to be changed. So I've gone down through that. Some of them have responded, some of them did not. There are some that have checked other commodity codes, and I've called them up and said, hey, I see that you are doing cleaning. By any chance, do you do painting? Do you do wallpapering? What else do you do? Tell me what else do you do, and I want you to send this email to purchasing and ask them to update your commodity codes. And they have done that. And I think a lot of that is surrounded by education, educating the vendors. And I am like I said, I'm a vendor advocate now. I'm a vendor advocate. And I am a voice for the small guy, the not sophisticated in IT. And when we go to the new ERP system, I've asked the software company that's designing the program, put something on our website that's a how-to guide, step by step, on how the suppliers become registered with Shelby County. Let us do videos so that we can educate them on how to be successful, because that's a policy of EOC purchasing, well, the county's policy is to encourage and strengthen the economic growth of small businesses. And so when we were preparing for today, I started doing some research and just putting some numbers together to see what LOSBs had been doing over the last 5 years. And my numbers are not definitive. They're just approximate numbers because I was digging in different places trying to pull together. And over the last 5 years, the LOSB spend was 3.62%. And that was just LOSB only, but then you also have those vendors that were LOSB and MBEs, and they did 0.50%. And then the WBEs that were also LOSBs, they were 0.03%. And then the LOSB, and then there's another classification for LWBE. They're also LOSBs and WBEs, and that was 0.05%. And LOSB MBEs, in addition to that, was 0.66%. And so I tallied up the county spend. Again, it's approximate because I'm digging in all different places. And for the last 5 years, the total spend was almost $1.2 billion.
I'm out of time. I'm gonna get back in the queue.
All right, Commissioner Brooks, you're next.
Just a couple of things. I'm looking at, and I appreciate Ms. Pearson, because we discovered that commodity code issue during one of my workshops. But, you know, what I'm thinking about here is that vendors can only apply for a code based on the options they're given, right? Okay, so then why don't we take a look at the little application and think about how we can regroup in terms of likeness so that we can capture more things in the construction category, if you will, so we won't miss something like what Administrator
Wilbur.
What's your name? Wilbur. Okay, because it seems like we just need to go back and fix our forms so that we can capture more stuff. You know, I don't think it's on the part of the vendor. We need to be helping them to be able to access our low categories. And we got to put more stuff, we got to restructure them so that we can get more in there. So when they go and check it, if they're doing painting, then it's going to capture everything that's related to or like painting, yes.
James Gloss, Administrator Person. I totally agree with that. And like I said, we're not pointing fingers, but that's on the initial front end on the EOC process. And I kind of want to respond with Officer Pearson's.
We all need to get together and stop doing
Yes,
that.
no,
so
but
Commissioner Brooks and Mr. Glosser, before you go on, because as the time wears down, I think let's be clear. I think ultimately, I get what you're saying, Commissioner Brooks, because what we're saying.
One more thing too. One more thing. Just one more.
Okay.
Okay, and this is on the side of the administrators upstairs. That 0 to $4.99. If somehow $49.99, $5,000 to $49.99. Somehow we need to get the word to our managers and administrators that we need to do this. You understand what I don't need to have to spell it out to you. That would bring up that spend. Y'all hear me?
Mr.
Okay.
Wilburn.
If I could, Commissioner, I'm with you. What we need to talk about, and I think, Commissioner, you're right, are solutions. Because the problem has existed for a long time. We now need to solve it. The problem you face, however, with codes is that they're standardized. We get them from the Department of Labor and SBA. So what we do is we take and they print an extensive list of just about everything you can think of. The issue becomes when people do their online application, they don't go to that list to see what it is that they do. And as a result, they miss some things that they should have included. They don't know that there are other listings that might fit them. And so as Ms. Pearson was saying, an educational process is missing. We've got to do a better job of educating the vendors. That's A. B, the other thing that we've got to do is to seriously look at that 0 to 499 category, because that is at the discretion.
I know.
And so if we can get some support from the commissioners, and we started talking about this, some of us, and I've had some conversation with some of your colleagues, but, one of my hopes was some time ago that if you start making each department give you their anticipated MWBE LOSB percentage based upon the projects that they were going to do, we would give them a percentage and say, hey, based upon what you're going to be doing in this budget year, you ought to be able to do XYZ in terms of MWBE and XYZ percentage in terms of LOSB. And then at the end of the year, judge how well the department heads had done in meeting that. Then you would start to have, I think, greater compliance, because you would have now something to measure. And they would know that the measurement would reflect that they either tried or they didn't, especially with the 0 through $4,999, because that is something that you can say, I want, Commissioner Bibbs, and you don't have to go any further. It's discretionary.
So we do have 2 additional commissioners that are in the queue, and I do want to be, as the time is growing longer and longer, I think I heard Administrator Wilburn mention around like more education, heard Ms. Pearson mention about more education. That to me, yes, absolutely. Heard her say it being on the website. Definitely a great point. But as whatever this new system is that's being created, because if this is happening online, why can't the online system be counterintuitive for people to understand? If I click A, then on A, here are some choices. If I click B, here are some choices. Like some of this, I'm saying, instead of us trying to figure it out here, why don't y'all get together to figure out like what and create a plan so then it makes more sense? Because Mr. Glosser's going back and forth and saying it's EOC is going back and forth and saying it's purchasing, but we're still not solving the issue. So that's the thing I want to put back to the table with you around. We know and obviously needs to be more education, but if some of this is, if I'm a vendor going and doing it online, and I'm putting in my name, I'm putting in the name of my company, why is not the system counterintuitive for me to know, hey, if I put A, and it's painting. These are all of the painting opportunities that I could select. Like, some of this is also how we do business. So I'm just pushing back right now. Let's not point fingers, because obviously there's an opportunity here for us to do something different and better. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. So, can each of your departments respond back to all the commissioners with the gaps that you see, the proposed solution, and who should own it? And if it's no one that has the capacity, then at least the colleagues will be able to look at it to say, okay, that's an opportunity to legislate and lean in. And just to my colleagues, once we get this list, then we can have our own independent conversations with business owners that we know to add to that list, and we can start to workshop it from there. Because I've been trying to keep up with all of the suggestions and issues that people have been mentioning, but if y'all could just give us an exhaustive list from your perspective, from purchasing and EOC, let's say within a week, give you some time to be able to just draft the list, then we can pick this conversation up. I don't want this conversation to fall to the wayside. I will say, from what I've observed from pulling contracts and talking about where the breakdown is, there seems to be an abundance of minorities and locals that are in the solicitations. So they're getting the commodity codes. It's becoming successful bidders that we see a barrier. So I think that there's an added layer to this, which is interesting to me, because if we had a more authentic solicitation pool, then we would probably hit on more viable bidders. So there is a pressing need for this. I'm trying to, if I was listening in from the public's perspective, I would kind of have my head spinning right now. So I'm trying to just help the public just understand how this issue is really impacting you. We got to circulate these dollars. Earlier today, we were talking about getting rid of the Milton grants to give the monies to public safety. What we know is a lot of implications within public safety are stemming from poverty, which is an economic issue. So this is where the monies are going. Just to reiterate what Ms. Inez said, 23% of the transactions are LOSB. About 6% of the value of the transactions are going to LOSBs. And then when you look at this, 20% of our procurement under 50K is going to, or the value of the procurement is going to LOSBs. So my real question was, the 4,060 transactions that are not categorized as LOSB, what are they? They're non-local spend?
James Goss, administrative person. I just focus on the LOSB spend period.
Okay, so just my question is, of the total transactions that you've given,
I just focus on all LOSB.
just answer my question so that we can interpret the data. If it's not categorically going to LOSB, what is it going towards? What's the other category?
I didn't look at all the data, but you have strictly EOC vendors. You got MB vendors set up in the system, but I strictly focus on this. It's strictly LOSB. I don't look at any other data for this particular.
Maybe administrator can help me here. What are the categories? If it's not local, then is the only other category non-local?
Shelby Wilburn, ELC Administrator. Yes.
So are MWBE located within the LOSB, or is that a whole separate category? How many more country, because personally for me, I'm looking to really increase the spend with LOSBs and MWBEs. So I'm assuming that MWBEs are never going to outspend LOSB spend.
Shelby Wilburn, ELC Administrator, that's not true. MWBEs, if you recall, our ordinance by definition have to be local. You cannot be an MWBE unless you have been in business in Shelby County for at least 6 months. You're located here in your office is located here in Shelby County, and you employ at least 3 Shelby County residents in your business.
So for clarity to the public, MWBE spend is in this LOSB data.
It should be, yes. But you also have MWBEs.
Y'all should talk more, because when y'all are confused, only imagine how confused we are. It is very frustrating to see purchasing EOC not on the same page. Like, you're saying one thing, and he's literally saying the opposite.
Well, let me hasten to add. We have MLOSBs. That's why the category that was mentioned is there. That is a minority LOSB firm. You have MBEs that are basically in the system as an MBE, but they're not local. So that MBE, just straight MBE, is not LOS, is not a local MBE. But the MLOSB is a minority LOSB.
Okay, just to the chairwoman, we need all of these categories parsed out.
Yeah.
You're giving us limited data that we can't compare. So I'm gonna ask, I know we're doing budget subcommittees. I don't know if these two departments have already presented or if they're coming up, but they need to, because this is only just a part one of a conversation that we need to reconcile this budget season. So I'm gonna ask that you be on the budget subcommittee meeting in addition to meeting with us after y'all send out the data. Thank you.
I will take on that, and so in order for you to be prepared for a date for subcommittee. Mr. Gloucester.
James Gloucester, Administrative Person. I have to say something was said earlier. Officer Pearson, when she was talking, we do not allow vendors just to give us departments to just give us vendors and we use them. There's an informal process. When we do formal solicitations, vendors are selected based on their commodity codes and the need, and it's sent out to the department, maybe 25, maybe 30. We select the vendors and it's sent out to the departments. Second point, the discretionary spend says discretionary, but if you look in the policy, it still states that it's at my discretion and I can look at it. I spoke with my team. We monitor those also to ensure and push the departments to use LOSBs. Even though it says discretionary there, it's at my discretion to approve it. So we're still looking at that and not just allowing them to push anything through and not even look at LOSB vendors.
Thank you, Mr. Gloucester. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Oh, I felt a lot of shade come my way, but anyway, I'll own it. So having said that, thank you, Chair. And again, this should not be a hostile situation because we're all here living in Memphis, and it's up to us to make sure that Memphians, Shelby County residents and businesses receive their fair share. We can all agree they're not. So we need to become, focus on the solutions, not pointing fingers. But what I am going to say on the record is that I've noticed that certain divisions use certain companies over and over and over again. That's a fact. Whether you're doing it or they're doing it, somebody's doing it. You just said that you're the one that's, actually selecting, so then it's on you. But I'm just not pointing fingers at you either. I'm saying, let's find the solution. And I'm going to say, if not, every 3 months, I require you all to come up here. I want to see the growth, the real growth. Because I also do have a financial background, okay? And numbers can be skewed one way or the other. And if we have to pass an order, I love writing ordinances and resolutions, as we all know. I will put it out there to require, not request, that we see a certain increment of growth, or else changes have to be made, period. And that is not a threat, because we are not going to sit here and argue, period. When we have people out there who are actually wanting business but can't do business, and we have a majority black people on this commission, we're not going to have it. So I expect some results and some solutions and recommendations. I'll be here all next week. My door's open to anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Thank you to our presenters. This is a very robust conversation. I think the sentiment is previously what I stated is working together so that we can go ahead and figure out how to move forward. As you could see, you have commissioners who are very interested in making sure that we do business in a way in which we can see some changes. I think ultimately it's around a culture of understanding that things have to look a different way, and it can't be the idea of just because I used to do it this way means I have to continue to do it a certain way. I think the other aspect of it is in a conversation that is as robust as this and that we're dealing with, we can all work together to get there. And let's eliminate the finger pointing and let's figure out how to get on the same page. Thank you so much. This concludes Budget and Finance.
And we will now call to order, reconvene, if you will, Core City Neighborhoods and Housing.
Just a point of information, are we skipping legislative for a particular reason?
Oh.
Okay, awesome. Do we need to adjourn it since you convened it, or?
Right, my bad. I'll recess, Core City.
Okay,
In-person
awesome.
housing so that we can properly
Okay.
convene legislative affairs.
Now commencing Committee 12 Legislative Affairs. Matter Parliamentarian, we have a discussion item, but our presenter is not present. And we do have a gracious citizen who's been here all day. So would like to call Mr. Johnson to the podium for his appearance card.
Commissioner Thornton, yeah. If you would just allow me to read into the record as it appears on the agenda, and then that point
Yes.
can be made.
If you would read item number 1, Madam Parliamentarian?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes pending legislation. Presenter, Theo Morrison, Lobbyist.
Thank you. Okay. As previously stated, our lobbyist is not present today, so we'll hear from him on another day. And we do have a public comment card from Mr. Johnson. So, Mr. Johnson, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you could just say your name and address, and we appreciate you for your patience.
Thank you. Justin Johnson, 1037 Moorfield Road, Collierville, Tennessee, representing veterans of foreign wars, post 5066 in Collierville, Tennessee. So after the passing of the PACT Act in 2002 that added over $280 billion to veteran benefits for veterans exposed to toxins, I can speak from personal experience as the past commander of Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 5066 in Collierville, Tennessee, that Veteran Services in Shelby County and the Department of Tennessee was not fully staffed with veteran service officers to handle veteran disability claims in a fast and efficient manner. This has been the case all around the country, in which VSOs are overwhelmed with veterans reaching out for help. From this delay has arisen an underworld industry of unregulated private veteran claim companies that assist veterans in filing a disability claim in return if they are granted a percentage of their benefits, having the disabled veteran paying them anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000 on average. Federal law has made it a crime for an unaccredited claim consultant or representative to charge a veteran a fee for filing a claim if they are not accredited by Veterans Affairs. The problem is that Congress removed the criminal penalty in 2006, making the only punishment a strongly worded letter from Veterans Affairs. This inaction has given birth to a criminal enterprise of claim companies affectionately named as claim sharks, and has grown into a multi-million-dollar business. Across the country, state legislators have taken it upon themselves to ban for-profit claim companies operating in their states. To keep the criminal enterprise alive, a group formed in 2023 named National Association for Veteran Rights and is led by Peter O'Rourke, the former acting Veterans Affairs Secretary. Mr. O'Rourke has been introducing the SAVE Act to state legislators, attempting to make it legal for claim sharks to operate openly in states. In Tennessee, Representative Jerome Moon and Senator Richard Briggs introduced House Bill 0342, Senate Bill 0362, the SAVE Act, to the Tennessee General Assembly. If this bill is passed, it will open the floodgates for illegal veteran claims companies to operate in Tennessee with very little oversight, without fear of any legal action from the state. The largest population of veterans in Tennessee resides in Shelby County, with an estimated population of 52,000 plus. As of 2023, Shelby County veterans receive over $380 million for their service-connected disabilities. If the SAVE Act is passed, I believe it will negatively impact veterans, as unaccredited, for-profit, and unregulated companies will aggressively pursue veterans to file for disability benefits, and they will unknowingly sign away a percentage of their benefits, believing it is their only option to receive help. Shelby County veterans deserve better than this, and I hope the Shelby County Commission will let the Tennessee General Assembly know that the 52,000 plus veterans that live in Shelby County, that their disability benefits are not for sale to private for-profit claim sharks.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I see Commissioner Ford in queue. Commissioner Ford?
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. We have met, and I know it's very cliche for people to say thank you for your service, et cetera, because it's easy to say. But, I start asking people, when you say that, what's the extra thing that you're going to do? Because it's easily cliche to say that. So I will say that this body has done a couple of things to where I agree with you 100%. I think that some of the individuals think that they're doing a favor for those that have served to make sure that our freedoms have been protected, because freedom is not free. But unfortunately, what you're talking about does hinder some of the work that we have done. For example, and I do appreciate this body, Commissioner Mills and I want to say at least 3 occasions, because we have the most veterans in the state of Tennessee and West Tennessee, in Shelby County. We have about 55,000, I would say, give or take. It was more, but many of them have gone on post-earthly, basically. We are trying to get to at least 10 veteran officers for the purposes, veteran service officers, for the purposes of taking care of all those needs that you articulated. I will say this, because there were other commissioners that did sign off as sponsors or supported it, even though it was in addition to our budget. I go back and tell people, look, freedom is not free. So the least that we can do for our veterans is to make sure that we have the resources, human capital and otherwise, in order to make sure that they got what they need. Because what I don't want to see anymore is going Midtown, seeing the VA, seeing services that many veterans are not getting, or the lines are so long because either the people that can serve them are not there, or the facility cannot hold those individuals. It was raining real heavy yesterday. I would not be surprised that there were veterans that were in line in the rain waiting to be served, because they know how many people we have down there to serve. Just to give a little bit of data, the extra 3 positions that were put in the budget, you talked about claims, Mr. Johnson. We were able to get over $33 million more in claims because of those 3 positions. So it's critical that we do what we can locally. I'm not sure what will transpire up in the state. It's been brought to my attention that it may pass, most likely will pass, or if something happened today. I know you'll talk about that, and I'll give it back to Mr. Johnson in my last 10 seconds. But just know that you have some people here that will support you and veterans. And if there's anything that Commissioner Mills and I or anybody else on this body can do in order to suppress some of those challenges that may come to the forefront, please let us know. If Mr. Johnson could talk about that a little bit, I'll give it back to him, and then I'll get out the queue.
Did you have a response?
Yeah, so right now they're discussing it in Congress about implementing the penalty back, because that's the problem. It's illegal, but there's just no criminal penalty for it. It has passed in the Senate. It has been assigned to a committee, but it hasn't been heard in the committee. So what we're looking for is, hopefully, if this does pass, there's an amendment to make it where it's only accredited people. I mean, if you're an attorney or a nurse or any other profession, especially when we're talking about a lot of federal dollars, that we ask that they're accredited. And right now, you have a bunch of people handling claims, and they're not taking any responsibility. So you see, if a veteran, if a fraudulent claim is put forward, that veteran accepts all responsibility for that fraudulent claim, whereas an accredited service officer, it would fall on them. And so that's what we don't have, especially with Shelby County, has the largest number of veterans that live here. The majority of them live in Memphis. The majority of your African-Americans, veterans, actually live within Memphis. And we don't want those predatory claims companies coming into what is really an unlimited amount of federal dollars when it comes next to the PACT Act for veterans exposed to toxins, being Vietnam or Iraq and Afghanistan. Yep.
If I may, just for clarity, the SAVE Act is at the state or federal level?
Right now, it's at state level because they can't get it passed federally. So the recourse is they're going by legislator throughout the state trying to get the SAVE Act passed. So basically, the state will not enforce any kind of penalties against them. And what we're running against, they're using our own federal dollars against us, veteran disabilities, is they're very well funded and they have a huge pact and they're influencing legislation with federal dollars from veterans' disabilities.
Yeah, so we just a couple weeks back went up to lobby, and so I'm gonna take on as a task to request that Theo send out a review of the SAVE Act to the colleagues so that we can better understand, and then I'll draft a letter that will have as many commissioners who are willing to sign on to it to the Shelby delegation, and we'll send it to the General Assembly as well. Just saying that the stance of those commissioners that sign on is in opposition to the SAVE Act. So I'm trying to think about what recourse we have here.
Yeah, so one of the good things is that we have with the Shelby County, so there is a veteran caucus that's in the Tennessee House. The chair was originally on the House bill, but we gave him a lot of pressure. Monte Fritz out of East Tennessee pulled off it, but the co-chair is Karen Campert.
Okay.
And so I believe that she's just not informed of what this will do and the impact it will have on veterans here. Because we believe it that every veteran, especially we're talking about veterans with disabilities, so the majority of them are combat veterans, should be able to keep every dime that they have, and this should be a free service that's provided by the county. But you don't even look at it as dollars. For veterans to receive help, they have to have a service connection. The only way that it's free for veteran services if they make under $17,000 or they have a service connection related to PTSDs or any of their injuries they might have had during service.
If we could, just as a follow-up, get you to send any points, talking points that we could include in the letter, then that will be helpful. Anything that you can do to help us be able to draft this, and we'll address it to the Veteran Caucus and to the Shelby delegation. And we'll let you know when that letter goes out. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for the presentation. And I was just going to say that I think most, if not all, municipalities also have a lobbyist at the state level, and so it may be worth your time, if you're willing to do it, to speak to each of those bodies as well.
Thank you.
Whatever can help get shared understanding, because this is the first time that I've heard someone advocate against the SAVE Act, and like I said, we just went to go lobby, so it would have been nice for us to elevate this. So
Well, so the one of the problems is, and we see it a lot, when somebody throws the label of veteran, everybody automatically assumes that it's good and doesn't do any research into it, and I think that's what's happened. But we know it from our end because we pay attention to things that happen nationally, and this is a problem all across the United States where we see veterans that are basically put in debt just for accessing their benefits. Yep.
Well, we definitely have learned a lot today, and we appreciate you again.
Well, thank you.
For being here and your service. We'll be in contact. So if we could, Ms. Rhonda, can you get his contact info? We'll stay in contact with you moving forward.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That now adjourns Committee 12, Legislative. I'm sorry, and you came and spoke to me too. So Attorney Ingram, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marcy Ingram, Legislative Counsel. Of course, I'm not your lobbyist. I'm here as your attorney, but your lobbyist has sent you all several emails regarding pending legislation. A couple of bills he sent your way were Senate Bill 274, House Bill 306, and Senate Bill 275, House Bill 307. 306 is of particular interest because for the offices of sheriff, register, county clerk, assessor of property, and trustee, it would allow those officers to have their own budgets, to set their own budgets and bring it directly to the county legislative body. It also would prohibit the county legislative body from implementing any kind of personnel restrictions or operational maintenance restriction on these offices. It's my understanding from your lobbyist that Knox County made an amendment. They were able to be, excluded, have this pending legislative not apply to them. We have a couple of opinions about how we think this would or would not affect Shelby County that we could discuss in an executive session if need be. But just wanted to make sure that these items were on your radar if you want to talk to us one-on-one about it or in an executive session.
Thank you, Attorney Ingram. You did tell me to have that added discussion. Commissioner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad Ms. Ingram informed me that she was going to talk about those two items. So let me go deep in the weeds on what these items entail, and I actually support House Bill 306, 307, and 308. I'm going backwards order real quick. And if you can just give me a little time for those commissioners that don't know what these bills entail, I'm going to start with 308, House Bill. I don't know the Senate number, but I know House Bill 308. All of them, 306, 07, 08, they're all being sponsored by Representative Gillespie. And 306 and 307 have a Senate sponsor, which is Brent Taylor. And 308 is being sponsored by Senator Ramesh Akbari. 308 gives, we want the state to give permission for us to put on a ballot initiative a temporary sales tax increase that would fully fund the jail in 8 years or less. It would prevent a property tax increase. I did the calculations. We don't know what could happen as far as if we're required to have to pay for this jail. If we wanted to do cash and a tax increase exclusively went to paying for a jail in cash, you're talking about a 74-cent tax increase. However, if a temporary sunsetted sales tax increase can be trusted by the voters, that jail can be built in 8 years or less. And it puts a sunset specifically. It won't be like a wheel tax or a property tax increase where some of the money might not go to that initiative. So that's 308. 307 just basically states that those offices, the trustee, the sheriff, the register, the clerk, all those constitutional offices, charter-based, it just etches those things in stone. And then the 306 is the one that there are some individuals, not on this floor, that do not want that bill to pass. And this is the reason why. Remember, Commissioner Thornton, Commissioner Sugarman, we talked about that maintenance of effort that the 11th floor got. It was $18 million, and our lobbyists did not tell us until we found out at the last second. Well, I sincerely hope that this same lobbyist is not lobbying for the 11th floor and we're paying for it. We may need to ask that question, because the 306 does this. Those same constitutional officers, the budget would be presented to us. We would be disallowed to put any salary restrictions on those offices, which keeps another branch of government from balancing their budget off of those constitutional officers. And just like what I said before when I presented the matrix to you on how $107 million of the sheriff's budget was being used as a salary restriction over the last 3 years, a reasonable person could say, we are defunding the police. I just want to say one extra thing since I went through 3 bills. I know Ms. Ingram went through very quickly and didn't include 308. But here's the thing. The sheriff has come down multiple times for needs, not once, but needs. And we have not done a very good job in giving him all the things that he needs. There are statutory items that Ms. Lindsay has given us, about $12 million worth of items that they cannot take care of in the budget. They're already over $2 million in their overtime with 4 months and change to go. If they are allowed to have the budget that they're supposed to have, they ain't got to come to us asking for overtime money, statutory money, the MOUs. You have equipment where it was brought to my attention, some of the vests are like 3 to 5 years old. Do you want your law enforcement officers to have vests that may not work? No. So in conclusion, Chair Thornton, this is why, and I'll go ahead and say it on record. There was a Monday where I said that I'm not going to go through the lobbyist because I was working on something with a couple other commissioners in order to make the sheriff whole as well as others. And I said I will work with the people in Nashville myself without the lobbyist. And a couple commissioners got mad. These were the items that I was talking about, because I did not have full confidence that our lobbyist was going to be on our side. And if it is being brought to our attention directly or indirectly that he is possibly working to jettison those things, then I just got my answer, and I was correct on that day. I'm going to leave it right there, but I just wanted that to be said on the record because I support all three of those bills. I think that eventually we need to make sure that we do what we're supposed to do as far as our budget is concerned. I am anti-defund the police. And I don't want to hear people say we got a revenue problem. No, we have a restraint problem. So I know I've gone over. Thank you for your diligence on that. But I just wanted you all to know what's really going on. And I know Ms. Ingram had to state it on record, but we had to put the reality out there. Did you have any questions regarding that since you're the chair?
No, I trust that our lobbyist is listening in. So I'm not quite sure what's the makeup schedule for the absence today, but if we could get some updates on all of the bills, then that would be helpful. I know from when we went to Nashville here recently, there were questions. I believe it was Sexton that was asking a lot of, I guess, additional amendment. He was making a lot of suggestions about amendments to the, I think, 308, the one that is talking about the tax with the jails. And so I'm just curious what is actually on the floor, if it's been amended or if it's in its current state. Based on our conversations with him, there seemed to be some active interest that he had in making amendments. Commissioner Ford?
I can answer that. So as of now, unless, did anything happen recently? Okay, no. So as of now, according to what I know, the bill will basically be given permission getting permission to put it on the ballot for the voters to determine whether they want a temporary 1 cent increase on sales tax to go to exclusively the jail. But to go back to your point, there have been some reps and some senators that have asked, well, can we include education or can we include Regional 1?
And he explicitly said public safety.
Right. It said, yeah, exclusively for that initiative. And when the money has been funded, if it's less than 8 years, it goes away. What I believe would be a set of poison pills to the bill is if we start adding these other things such as Regional 1, which I support, and education, because there have been people that have already asked, well, wait a minute, y'all just did a wheel tax that was supposed to go to 2 schools and Regional 1, but you passed a resolution that said, oh, it's debt service, but we'll include those 3 things. So with that being said, why would some people want to entertain some other things? Now, they'll probably say, well, that's how you'll be able to get the votes or whatnot. But remember, the city of Memphis, they included a couple of things, but I know as somebody that has been on the other side that the main thing that they focused on in order to get the votes and to put it on the ballot was public safety.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at on that.
Okay, well, to Theo, please respond back to all the commissioners with an update on each of the bills aforementioned, and seeing no other
one more thing, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Commissioners in the queue, Ford, you recognize?
Yeah, last thing, I'm sorry. So just for the record, because I've been to Nashville.
Get in queue for us.
Bam.
Thank
All
you.
right. I was in subcommittee for 306, 307, and 308. 306 passed in subcommittee 5-2. 307 passed 5-1. And the jail item passed with a 3 yes, 2 no, and a 2 present not voting. That's what happened in the House. The Senate, it was brought to my attention by the sponsor that their goal is to fast track those 3, well, the 2 bills that he's sponsoring. And then with my other conversation that it's easier on the Senate side than it is on the House side. So it's been brought to my attention, there are several sponsors, I think 8. So if anybody is saying that, well, we don't want it, first of all, define we. And then number 2, the train has left. And my thing is, if somebody is against those items, I would want them to articulate how they're for defunding the police, how they're for not staying within their means. Because at the end of the day, you just can't say, well, I'll just take it from the sheriff. Now you have a bill saying, no, you got to stay within your means. And I'll say this just if anybody's listening, because they're like, wait a minute, you got a habit. No, I'm like, we don't have a habit. There's other groups that have a habit just taking the money from the sheriff. I mean, think about it. My last thing I'm going to say, we can talk about all the great things we've done for Shelby County, but if the taxes have been flat, where's the money come from? The answer is, it has come from some of those constitutional officers and mostly the sheriff. So if we're going to be fiscally responsible, especially since the 11th floor got an $18 million maintenance of effort without really any question, who are these people to be against the sheriff and others keeping their salary restrictions? It's hypocrisy, if you ask me. So I'm not going to say what I was going to say in the back, because some people say that some of these folks got to take care of habits. But if y'all remember that James Salton commercial where they say if you got like I'm not going to call anybody a crackhead or nothing like that, but remember the get dope out your vein and hope in your brain. Some of y'all remember that. You'll never get nowhere smoking the pipe. Never? Yeah, y'all remember that. So we need to stay within our means, and let's make sure that we give public safety what we need. What we don't want to happen, I'll find a video for you. What we don't need to happen is we have habits where we're taking from another group just to say, hey, we got extra money over here to do whatever. I'm not getting back in the queue because I don't want to veer off, but yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you to Theo for listening in and getting back to us. With that, we adjourn Committee 12, Legislative Affairs.
Thank you. We will reconvene Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 1.
Item 1 is an ordinance third reading. Ordinance to provide for the establishment of an administrative fee to be imposed on applicants by the Shelby County Land Bank for the advertising, notification, and processing of offers to purchase surplus property. Sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
All right, thank you. That item has been moved by Commissioner Brooks and second by Commissioner Thornton. We have a presenter.
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. I'm here if there are any questions about the ordinance.
Seeing none, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk? Every member voted? Cast your vote. Madam Clerk, may we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Ford, Wright, and Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution approving the sale of 32 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices collectively totaling $172,945 pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507 and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute quitclaim deed. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. That item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Brooks. And we have a presenter.
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. The total back taxes were $334,313.56. We were not able to recover $161,368. We did obtain over $30,000 over asking price for this resolution. Additionally, there were 8 out-of-town purchasers, and they are purchasing 13 properties.
Okay, Ms. Sykes-Wood, did, for some reason, I didn't write it down, and I'm thinking that I asked you if you recognized a pattern of out-of-town buyers in terms of names or locations or communities. At some point, I think I asked you that, or thought about asking you anyway.
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. No, we have not noticed any patterns as far as which communities were getting purchased more, but we can look into it some more.
Let's take a look at that and find out the communities. Let's get all the demographics on the outer towns, okay? Because it would be interesting to know where my community, District 7, if you will, which way it's going. Because if we have a lot of out-of-town purchases, that's going to indicate we're going to definitely have more blight, more evictions, and everything else. So I want to be able to warn my constituents what's coming. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to know your counterpart that speaks sometimes, what's his name?
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. That is Chad Dugard. He is the Environmental Regulatory Manager. He comes when.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, seeing no other members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk? Every member voted? Cast your vote. And a tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Thornton, and Brooks. We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Wright, Thornton, and Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, ma'am. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. And that concludes Core City Neighborhoods and Housing.
All right, calling to order Committee 16, Milton Community Enhancement Grants. So, Madam Parliamentarian, so we can weed through these, when I call your organization, just let us know if you're here. New Ballet Ensemble, Later Skaters, awesome. Libertas, Junior Auxiliary of Collierville, Co-Crew, Memphis Jazz Workshop, Bartlett Education Foundation, Memphis Teacher Residency. Are you with a nonprofit, sir, in the back? Okay, perfect. So, Madam Parliamentarian, can you read items 1 and 3 through 8?
I sure can. Item 1 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to New Ballet Ensemble in Schools, NBES, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brandon Morrison. Item 3 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $2,000 to Libertas School of Memphis, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $2,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry. Item 4 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Junior Auxiliary of Collierville, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 5 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to Code Crew, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Shantae K. Avant. Item 6 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $12,500 to Memphis Jazz Workshop, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $12,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Shante K. Avant and Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. Item 7 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $15,000 to Bartlett Education Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $15,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 8 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $10,000 to Memphis Teacher Residency, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $10,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brandon Morrison.
All right, my screen is frozen. It still says voting in progress. Can we get a motion? This is moved by Commissioner Wright, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we prepare the screens for voting? Although my screen is frozen. Okay, great. All right, all commissioners present have voted. Madam Clerk, can you report the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Wright, and Thornton. We have 3 aye votes.
This item goes down with favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2?
Item 2 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Later Skaters Memphis, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Wright, second by Commissioner Thornton. Would you like to speak? Okay, if you could just say your name and address. We appreciate you for being our last speaker of the day. Yeah, I know. We got a lot of add-ons today.
There we go. My name is Benji Smith. My address is 3320 Highland Park Place, Memphis. So the short version is tariffs are altering the costs of what we're asking for. And if possible, I would like to amend the ask today. Currently, as of this morning, the cost for 100 skateboards and 100 certified helmets is running just under $6,000. We thought at the time that we were in a space where we were negotiating to get a better deal, and we were looking at approximately 150 of each for that $5,000, and that is not the direction things have gone. So we would like to amend, and if possible, I would like to add yet another amendment to that. Is that suitable?
These are all great questions. So I know when amending Milton grants, there's a process that goes through Tanya. So I'm going, Madam Parliamentarian. Yeah.
I would just interject, if it's okay, that at this phase, what you can do is they can send this down without recommendation. If you come back Monday, you'll have the full complement, and you can just request that additional funds be given under those circumstances. But to go through the amendment process, that's going to you'd have to probably withdraw and reapply. So that would be my suggestion.
And we can bring, right after this, we can step to ask Ms. Tanya for clarity, because I think that what you applied for as your budget for your project is what you're locked into. So leading into Monday, we can get you the answers that you need. So are you fine with us moving forward, sending this down without recommendation?
I would think so.
Okay. You did, it sounded like you alluded to another amendment you wanted to request for this item, or was that it?
Actually, seeing Commissioner Caswell come in earlier today, Later Skaters had approached at some point. Anyway, the short version is to ask if it's possible to get $3,000 in order to have a porta potty installed for 1 year at the Raleigh Springs Skate Park. That would cover 1 year plus a cement plot for it to go there.
So your all-in requests from the 5,000 would be for $9,000?
If that's possible, yes.
So we can get that clarity. I would suggest that you connect with Commissioner Caswell to be able to get his buy-in before Monday, or it's the 17th. Our next meeting's not the 10th, the 17th. But before the 17th, do your due diligence to reach out to any of the colleagues that aren't here to close that gap from the 5,000 to 9, and we will get your question answered today about how we need to move forward before the next meeting. All right. Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
That is a first. But I just want to commend you on the work that you do, because over the Christmas holiday, you gave out many skateboards, as well as, you also mentioned about giving free lessons. And, I'm not a later skater. I don't plan to be a later skater. But I just want to commend you. You've also gone out to different high schools throughout the districts and given away skateboards and helmets, et cetera. So I just want to commend your organization, and that, hopefully that the other commissioners will also give money on or funding on Monday. And I recommend that maybe you come in about 3:30 or so, something like that. And I appreciate you staying throughout the day almost, and you had an earful. And typically I'm not that hothead, but you got an earful today. So I just want to thank you for your work and to continue to do the work. And I'll continue to support your efforts. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Tonya is the best, and she has an update. So you will need to go back into the portal and amend your budget. Email your amended amount to Ms. Tonya.blunt@shelbycountytn.gov, and she can get you all set up for, hopefully, will be commitments from other commissioners. All right, so 2 parts, send your email to Ms. Tonya, and then reach out to your commissioner so you can close your gap for the 4,000. Thank you. So we appreciate your time. I'm going to make a motion to send this down without recommendation. Second by Commissioner Wright. Can we do that without objection? Okay, hearing none, so moved. And this adjourns our committee number 16. Thank you.